So good morning everybody. I hope that you had a good evening, a good rest. Good to see you here again. So the topic for today is financial management. I know that in principle the clubs do not have a financial manager. You only use on a need basis. But anyhow, several of you have management responsibility, general managers. So the topic for today, I think it will be interesting. I'm not going to go very deep, okay? It will be basically finance management for the people that are not experts. By the way, at the end, we will try to finish earlier today. And at the end of the session, I will be available, individually. If there is anything special that you would like to know, to develop further, that you can come, okay? We will be available at the end of the sessions. Maybe can I ask you, what would be the points from financial management that you would like to discuss today? What are the most important, most interesting points for you? Can you?
Maybe how we should divide the budget between the players, stuff and other expenses.
Between the players?
Between the wages and other expenses.
Okay, very well. Other ideas? We can talk. I don't have this precise thing in the presentation, but remind me afterwards and we can talk a little bit about this. Okay? Any other things that you would like to know about financial management? Mr. General Manager? Nothing in special? Very well, good. So I need to put this one. Let's move forward. I will talk to you today about a couple of different things. One is, let's say, the traditional way of financial management, and I will also mention a little bit the management accounting principles, which can be something interesting in your organizations. We will discuss about procurement, expenses, authorization of expenses. We were mentioning this yesterday in governance, so we will go a little bit more into detail. Then the part of budgeting, okay? So important, we said that it needed to be linked with your plans, your yearly plans. And then obviously, if we budget, then we need to monitor, we need to do the budget control and forecasting. I will introduce these concepts, okay? Maybe some of them you already do, but otherwise it could be interesting to think. Well, basically, we saw yesterday the operational plan corresponds to an yearly budget. And financial management, what is it? Financial management is basically the process, on how you, the league, club or federation, how you manage and report on financial aspects and activities, to reach your objectives. Because everything that we do, you need resources, and the resources always translate into, let's say, many figures. If it's people, there is a salary. If it is equipment, there is a purchase. Other things that you buy, a budget is always needed. So how does it work? How does it work when you are thinking from a financial point of view? Well, the cycle is more or less the same. You need to plan, okay? When you are doing the plan, obviously you need to see how much the things are going to cost, to see if you have the resources or not, or if you need to establish some priorities, and then you need to do an evaluation of what is going on, okay? If you are being able to deliver within the costs, or if you need maybe to postpone something. What are the typical challenges that we see in sport organizations? Well, one of them is no budgeting, or the plans are not aligned with the budget. So you look at the plan, some things are described there, but you look at the budget and they are not fitting, okay? So this is what I meant yesterday, that then the budget and the plan are not management tools. It's like an obligation because you have something in the statutes, you do it, but you don't understand very well why it's done. This happens quite often. The other thing that we have is sometimes there are no policies and procedures, especially in this case on the financial side. So it means that sometimes you are not either efficient on the allocation of resources, or as the processes are not clear, you might have some wrongdoings in terms of expenses or in terms of some commitments that you make. And then obviously the financial management is linked to risk management. Because one of the important points for a club is financial sustainability. If you have a loss in 1 year, okay, it's not a problem, it can happen. In a second year, it starts to be an issue. In the third year, if this continues after a certain moment, if you don't balance your expenses and revenues, you have a risk of continuity. It means that the club might disappear, okay? And we have seen several cases that this happens. So, especially for you that are general managers, this is one of your big responsibilities, one of the big concerns, okay? And obviously, as you are dealing with players and salaries, this is a big part of your budget. It's something that you need somehow to balance the sporting and the financial side. Now, how does it work? What is the traditional approach? How does it work usually in terms of the different documentation? Well, you have your club activities. This is going to generate some accounting entries, and you typically have 3 different types of documents. You have a balance sheet, you have an income statement or profit and loss account, and cash flow, so controlling the monies, how much do you have in terms of money to make the payments. This should be linked to budgeting, okay? And as we saw yesterday, budgeting linked with the operation plan. This is one of the key messages here. Now, when you go into reporting, you have 2 different types of reporting. You have one that is the one that appears in the statutes, the annual reporting and the audit, the external audit, okay? One of the good principles of governance even coming from the FIBA statutes. But then you have something that we are going to talk a little bit today, management reporting. What does it mean and what is the difference, okay? This is one of the important points for today. Now, do you know what the difference between a balance sheet and an income statement or profit and loss account? Can you tell me some differences? What is one, what is the other? Especially, maybe this question more to general managers, okay? Because in the end you need to produce this type of documents, this type of documentation. Do you know what is the difference? Or can you tell me some differences? In this table, is somebody a general manager? You? Do you know?
I think the balance sheet is what the expenses that were made and the income you got, but on the income statement you only show the cash flow.
Okay, very well. Do we have the financial manager from the Federation here? No. So actually, it's a little bit different. The income and loss or profit and loss account, it's like an economic tool. And why is this? Because it tells you if you are earning or losing money. It's a period of time, it's 12 months, okay, so it's the financial year. And basically, the outcome is, it tells you, so you have revenues minus expenses. So it gives you the operational result. That's why it's an economic tool. The balance sheet, on the other side, it's something different. It's not economic, it's financial. It's financial why? Because it tells you what is the origin and availability of the funds. You were talking about cash flow. It shows you a little bit the cash flow. There is a separate document that is the cash flow statement. We are not going through. But it's like taking a photo of your company at a certain moment. Okay? It's a snapshot. So one is an economic tool because it tells you if you are earning or losing money. The other one is a snapshot of how healthy your company is. So it has assets, liabilities, and equity. Okay? So basically here, it talks about the stability or instability. If you give me a balance sheet from your club from the last 3 years, we can easily see what is the financial situation. Okay? Let's see a little bit more how it's done. So the balance sheet consists of these elements. On the one hand side, we have what we call assets. Assets are, as the name says, property, cash, things that we have in our organization. And we have two different types of assets, current and non-current or fixed assets. What does it mean? This has to do with liquidity of these assets. If I have cash in the bank, it's a current asset. If I have an arena, if I have a car, it's a fixed asset. So normally there is a notion from a financial point of view. If you can transform this into cash in less than 12 months, it's liquid, so it's a current asset. If not, if you have an arena, you might not be able to sell it very quickly and transform it into cash. On the other side, we have two different things. Equity. Equity is the money from the owner, is the money from the funds, you know, your members or something like this. It's what is registered in the company, in the commercial registry. And then you have liabilities. What are liabilities? Liabilities are obligations that you have to pay something, like a loan, like to the suppliers. Okay? These are liabilities. So this is why it will give you a little bit the cash flow. Because you can compare like current assets with current liabilities because it's the short term. Okay? Gives you an idea if you have the money to pay the salaries, to do all these kind of things. Okay? And you can do a balance sheet today, you can do a balance sheet tomorrow. A profit and loss doesn't make sense because you need to go through the whole period. Okay? So the income statement, how does it work? Well, basically, that's what I was saying. You have revenues. The revenues, I don't know, sponsorship, ticketing, subventions from the government. And then you have your costs. The big element of the costs will be probably salaries for the players, okay? Because it's your business. Now, answering a little bit the question that you were saying, how much should you have? There are some metrics about this, and actually yesterday in club licensing, Florian spoke a little bit about this. The good practice is 70%. So what does it mean? That the costs of your players should not go above 70% of the revenues that you have. Okay? What can happen otherwise? I have seen in clubs, I have seen ratios of 25%. So it means that actually they could buy more players. But I've seen also ratios of over 200%. What does it mean if a club has a ratio of player salaries over revenues of 200%? So meaning that the salaries are 2 times higher than the revenues that you have. What is happening here? Or what is the risk?
They most likely are going to go bankrupt.
Okay, that's what I was, thank you very much. Maybe 1 year you can do it. Second year becomes a problem. Third year, suddenly you are not financially sustainable anymore because you don't have the money then to pay your obligations, okay? So you have here revenues minus costs gives you a result, an operational result. Usually from a sports club, we have something that is outside of the operational result. It's called the transfer result, which might be how much you pay to buy a player and how much you sell the player. In some cases it can happen, in other cases they are free transfers, okay? Financial result, taxes, and in the end this is the economic result. So the net result. Do you have a profit or you have a loss? Okay? This is what the document tells us in a very simple way. Now, if we look here, I'm going to show you here 3 clubs. Okay? Club X, Y, and Z. And now my question is, which club would you prefer to be? Which is the club that is in a healthier situation? What do you think? Do you prefer to be X, Y, or Z? What do you think? Let's start here. What do you think about the situation of this club? Is it a good situation? So-so or not so? And why? Why is that?
Current assets. Because current assets are 20%, so that means that they have like cash available at like 20%,
Okay.
and then the liabilities are at 60%.
Okay, very well. So this is exactly the point. This difference is the cash flow, the difference between current assets and current liabilities. And what the colleague is saying is completely right. They have negative cash flow. What does it mean? It means that they don't have enough money, they don't have enough liquidity to pay salaries, to pay the current obligations. So they are in trouble. How can you manage, how can you diminish this? Well, for instance, we don't know what is in the current liabilities. Let's suppose that it's loans to the bank. And if they are current, it means that they are loans less than 12 months. So you need possibly to go to the bank, okay, and to renegotiate the loan, to pass it to more than 12 months, okay, and then your non-current liabilities will go up, this will go down, and you are in a better situation. Now, the best club from a cash flow point of view is this one, because they have here 30%, so they are very comfortable. This is a healthy club. Okay? So, as general managers, one of the things that you need to ask to your finance people is to simplify the information. Because I can give you this information very complicated. I can give you a balance sheet with 10 pages, and you only have numbers and so on, and you are a little bit lost. This is much easier to understand. It's much easier for you to see what is the situation. Okay? So you need to talk with your financial people, and sometimes they have a difficulty because they are obviously technical. They need to process the information in a way that you as general managers can understand and can take decisions. Because probably it's you that needs to go to the bank to renegotiate, or eventually even to sell players. So the players will normally be here in the non-current fixed assets. Okay, they will be registered here. So another situation that you can do in this case, if you have a promising player, you might be able to have a transfer fee and get some money to improve the situation. But then this is going to affect your business, your sporting outcome. Okay? So this is important to know as a general manager. If you have any questions, please raise the hand and let me know. So now I would like to explain you a little bit about the financial accounting and what I call the management accounting. Well, the financial accounting, it's basically the national accounting system that you have. What is the importance of this national accounting system for a government? Why is the government wanting to have something very structured and so on? What is the main reason for this?
Taxes.
The taxes. So, taxes are a revenue to the government. They want to know how much the companies are earning or losing to charge taxes, because this will be part of their revenue to manage the country. So what is the implication? Well, the information is normally broad, it's external because you need to publish it, it's past, it's historical information because you only report at the end of the year, so maybe I don't know, maybe in March you are reporting about the January to December period. It's objective and precise, you have very heavy regulations, and it's mandatory. It's something that you need to do by law. The government demands you to do this. Now, the management accounting is different. We are talking about internal information that you don't need to share outside. It's future oriented, okay? So the objective is for you, for the managers, to take better decisions. It's not so much regulated, and the objective is to make it fit for business, for the management of your organizations. Now, have you heard, for instance, already about cost centers? You never heard about a cost center?
Cost center, you say?
No. Okay, very well. So I'll introduce, because it's typically something that people already heard. So management accounting is like a separate accounting. Well, it's still the same system, but a separate set of accounts for your own purposes. And what are you doing? In a simple way, you are answering these questions. Who is responsible? What am I buying? Why I'm buying? And so on. Okay? And how does this work? The who, it's the cost center. Who is responsible? Okay? And this basically represents your department, your functional structure. Okay? You know now a cost center means the person that is responsible to implement a certain objective, a certain project. Okay? And it's the person that has the budget. So you have responsibility and you have the money to do this. The what. The what is what kind of things am I buying? So is it player salaries that I'm paying? Is it, I don't know, signage? Is it water, electricity? Is it insurance? And the why is like, it represents why the funds are being spent. Let's give an example. We were talking yesterday about youth structures, okay? That you might want to create something like this, an under 18 team. So the under 18 team becomes this cost driver, okay? It's the why you are spending money. So one thing is who is responsible, the other thing is what you are buying, and the other point is why you are spending this. And I will show you some reports afterwards how this is done. Now, authorization of expenses. I would like to ask you a question. What is the difference between authorizing an expense and authorizing a payment? Is it the same? Is it different? What do you think about this? This table over here, is it the same or difference?
Mendoj që nuk është e njëjtë, sepse kur autorizon dikon për me shpenzu, mund të jetë cili do anëtori klubit, i cili ka të drejtë të blejë diçka, ndërsa në fund pagesën e asaj duhet të bëjë vetëm personi përgjithës i cili është vetëm për financë.
Okay, very well. And tell me one thing, good point. Who is entitled in your club to make a purchase, to authorize an expense?
Zakonisht bordi I vendos mund të autorizoj kur ka ndoç të blejë diçka, por pagesën të na I bën vetëm një person. Dhe në shumicën e klubeve në Kosovë kjo është e njëjtë.
Okay. Very well. So I'm going to speak. I agree. Expense is different than payment. Okay. An expense is basically when you make the commitment, as an organization to buy something. So the moment that you have like a purchase order, it means that you are making a commitment. You need to pay. The payment, it's the cash flow movement. It's afterwards, maybe later, maybe after 1 or 2 months or something like this that you make the payment. Now, what we spoke yesterday about governance applies here. Segregation of duties. And what we said is that no single person should control a process from the beginning to the end. Okay? So you are right, who authorizes expenses is different than who authorizes payment. Now, I will go to the payment still, but authorization of expenses. I will go now that you understand a little bit, an organization like the Federation, how this should work, okay? I understand that maybe in your clubs you don't have that many people that this apply. But the concept is the following. You should have different authorization levels of the expenses according to the amount of the expense. What does it mean? It means that the higher the amount, probably the more people you need to authorize because it's the 4I principle. If it's something that is very 5 euros, I don't need to go to the board to do this. Sorry, doesn't make sense, it's not efficient. But if I'm having something that is perhaps 50,000, it's a different story. So let me give you an example here. This is an example only. about the concept. The amounts might vary. And how does it work? So, purchase request, it's done by the club staff, okay? So, in this case, up to level 1 is up to 2,500, whatever currency we determine. We only need one signature, is the director of the head off, okay? So, only one person because it's a small expense. When it goes to level 2, meaning between 2,500 and 10,000, level 2, it means that besides the director, also the GM needs to sign, and so forth. Okay, level 3, probably the president, and at a certain moment, also the board. Okay? What does this do from a governance point of view? Well, it's inclusive, it empowers the people, it gives them responsibility. There is this 4 eyes principle, because for the higher amounts, okay, it means that you have more people signing and taking the responsibility. This principle applies in any kind of organization. What varies are obviously the number of levels and the amounts. I give you an example. One organization that I had very big budgets, so I could authorize everything up to 50,000 euros alone. I did not need to say anything to anybody. I went to a different organization, in this case, for instance, the Portuguese League. The budget was much smaller. I could only authorize up to 5,000, so 10 times less. But the principle was the same. Okay? So from a governance point of view, and from a financial process point of view, you can apply something like this. Okay? Increasing number of signatures depending on the amount. Now, I will ask Aurélie, please. We are going to have here a task, which is procurement, okay? And you have the same exercise as yesterday. You have the cards, and I would like you to put by order how the procurement process should look like, okay? If you can organize yourselves, maybe you join over there. Good. Thank you. Yes, and you as well. Good. Sorry? Question about the cards. You need to use all the cards. That's correct. Well, it's not payments, it's authorization of expense, but I can clarify. But you can ask me that the people here.
Instead of finding the authorization from the victims, 14,000 because of the rule. But if I split it into 4 installments of 2,500, it's a way to go around the system. That's what I do, when I receive invoice from people. It's so big, so I have to split it. So it doesn't look so big.
See, to be honest with you, that's what I did when I was there. I knew I went over questions to be asked, so I just got people to split it up.
that the goods or services are delivered to the company. They receive this. It's finished. You ask for t-shirts, and they give you the t-shirts. Like text like pattern.
Just these are you have to go around otherwise you won't get
Just getting so much work to do.
In the end, the payment is all yours.
how much
They're worse.
Is the other ones, are they Chris and Arnold?
Good.
That's here.
Okay.
He's involved in that. Chris is not doing any work for me right now at the moment because he's doing for the Caribbeans. Caribbeans right now. And didn't have any opportunity to use it. And it makes no sense to fly over from Canada to come and do a workshop here, for instance, or things like that.
Is there much strategy where you for strategy? Is there many people
Yes, we have. But first of all, again, remember, we want to direct this more to
I'll explain.
the final operations. We have to reduce the numbers, which
Are you okay over here?
I'm happy with that because I prefer to do less variations, but more to like Kosovo, where they implement, and we can actually follow up and more support to the implementation because better to do few good than maybe not good. But despite that, we have Mexico,
Okay, let's take a look. I see here that maybe in Kosovo some things work a little bit differently. I'm going to show you the general process and to explain how it should be done. Okay. So the first thing is there is a purchase need. Everybody got this right, okay? There is a need to buy something. So what does it mean? There needs to be a purchase request. This can be done manually or can be done in a financial system. The best is obviously in the financial system. So what happens? When there is a purchase request, somebody needs to look in the market for different quotes. And this depends on your procurement policy. If you say that for 5,000 euros you need to have 3 quotes, somebody needs to ask. If you say that you need 2 quotes, you need to ask for 2. Okay? So what happens? Then it's the approval of the expense. So according to that level and depending on the amount, somebody needs to approve this specific expense. Now we have the external document. The purchase request is the internal document for your purposes of authorization. Okay? It's now validated. What is the external document? The external document is a purchase order that you send to the supplier. Okay? So what happens? At a certain moment in time, the supplier will deliver the goods and services. Okay? And then we come here. We don't go there. So normally when the goods or services come to your organization, the invoice comes immediately afterwards. And the invoice will say the payment terms. You need to pay within 30 days, for instance. Okay? Now, there is an element here, validation of invoice. What is the importance of this point? Why do we need a validation of the invoice? What is happening here?
Thank you, sir. Menoj që kushtet paraprokët ekonomisë me po se ku jena me nevojat tona dhe me qëllimet tona paraproke dhe me po gjendjen ekonomike së që shpëhet në klub.
Okay, let me give you an example. You bought shirts, kit shirts for the players, okay? You receive now the invoice and the shirts. Why do you need to validate the invoice? What are you doing there?
Checking if correct. Yeah.
Checking if we got what we ordered.
Okay, so that's exactly this. In the purchase order, you say that I need 30 t-shirts, okay, and the amount is this one. So the validation of the invoice is by the person that started the purchase to say, yes, we have received the goods or services in the right conditions. And what is this telling? This is telling your financial person that the invoice is ready to make the payment. Does not mean that you make the payment now, but it's ready for payment, okay? And then, so validation of invoice, then this is on the financial side, payment approval, okay? I was on the lead, what happened? Our criteria was we would pay, we are going to make payments on the last Thursday of each month. This was an example what we agreed, it can be something different. So the financial manager came to me with a list of invoices to pay. We established that we should pay the invoices 30 days. So I take a look, if I have a doubt, he explains, and then we sign the list, it can go for payment. Now, one comment to the table over there, a good practice, you know, the 4 eyes principle, authorization of payments should not be only one person, one signature. I would recommend that it's 2. And then there is no problem. And for me, my recommendation is it's 2 signatures out of 3 people. It's like general manager, finance manager, and president. 2 of these should sign the payment. And then you should be okay in principle. Now, one thing that I wanted to show you here, these red circles. When your finances are accounting, you have 3 different ways of accounting. One is on a cash basis. So, if you receive the invoice, you put it on the drawer and you don't put it in the system. You only account when you are making the payments or receiving money. This is one way. Second way, in English it's called I'm forgetting now the word. It's like cost. Well, I'll come with the word later. But here it's basically, this is the most typical way. You account when the invoice is received. So the document comes and it's accounted the next time. When you are having an electronic purchasing system, you can account already when you have the authorization of the purchase request, because you already have the commitment. Okay? Now, the difference here is from a financial information point of view. If you have this already in your financial system for the reports afterwards, the earlier that you have the information, the better. Because when you look as general manager, when you look at the reports, the information is already there. This is a very dangerous way of doing. Okay? Cash basis. Well, first because the information is very late, and suppose that you have elections and a new president comes in and they change the finance person, you don't know about these liabilities that you have because they were not accounted on the system. Okay? So we don't need to go into a lot of detail, but it's just for you to have an idea of the different possibilities. So it should be, the recommendation should be here at least when the invoices are received, because then you have reliable financial information. Any question?
Yeah, I had a
Please.
question. In the previous slide, I don't understand if you if you're making a payment to your supplier, how is that sort of before your payment approval?
It's not before, because this goes like this, it's like a snake.
So the last
This
one
is
is
the last.
that's the last one. Okay.
So this is after the payment approval.
Yeah.
Okay?
So here, yeah. So we had it wrong. So it's like this. So payment made to the supplier is the last one.
Yes.
Correct? So it's after the payment approval. All right.
Okay. So the idea is that I know that in some countries it doesn't work like this. It has to be with your credit situation. In some countries they might say you need to pay first and only then you receive. Okay? But that's not the normal process. It's a consequence of the context. So the principle is that you receive the goods, you receive the invoice, you have a certain time, you have payment terms that were agreed, let's say 30 days, validation, approval of the payment, and then payment. Okay. So, we talked a little bit about the procurement and the difference between expenses and payments, and also the levels of approval that should be different people. And now we are going a little bit into the budgeting process. Okay? As far as I understood from yesterday, you do budgets, okay, and you also do plans. So the budget process, in reality, we have three different moments. We have before the budget, okay, before starting the budgeting exercise, what do we need to consider? What kind of things do we need to consider? Well, we need to know the budget terms and the operational plan. So what are the big guidelines? Where do we want to go? How much money we have, and so on. When to start? When are we starting to prepare the budget? Obviously, who is responsible for all this coordination? That I would say that it's the general manager. Who is involved? And potentially also analyze historical information. Because the plan is for the future, but for instance, if you have electricity costs, water, insurance, these are fairly stable costs, okay? You can look at the past years, make an average, and you know more or less how much you are going to spend. So historical information is important. When you are setting the budget, what are the aspects to consider? Well, obviously, financial year, the January to December or whatever you follow. The template, how are you going to do this? Is it an Excel template? Are you working directly in the financial management system? How does this work? The scenarios, and I'm going to explain a little bit more. So the scenarios is, maybe I have an optimistic, a pessimistic, and a realistic scenario. On which basis am I going to do? Okay. What are my KPIs? The part of the cash flow, okay? Because I can have a fantastic plan. But if I don't have the money to execute it, maybe I need to delay some of the projects, of the objectives. Okay? Maybe I need to do it on the basis that is realistic. And then, obviously, the first budget is probably just a draft, so you need to do a certain number of drafts until it is approved. And I will show you a process with recommended timings, how this can work. Now, it comes after the budget, and after the budget is when it is approved. Okay? This slide is wrong. So basically here, I will correct this before we send it. After the budget, the main thing is, okay, the budget is approved most likely in General Assembly. And what happens now is, maybe what was approved is not exactly what you have done, yes or no. So communication is very important. Communication from whom? Communication from the general manager to the different departments, okay? To say, what do you have available? Okay, now we start implementation. And then the other points, from the moment that you start implementation, you should start the monitoring, the supervision on how the budget goes. Because if you don't do anything until month 11, basically you are driving without direction, and then maybe you are lucky, maybe you are unlucky, okay? But you might have a surprise when you reach the end. So this is what happens after setting the budget, after having the approval. The communication very clearly, implementation starts, and then you need to slowly monitor your operations, how it is going. Now, when I'm talking about the scenarios, I give you here and setting the terms of the budget. This is what I mean, this kind of discussions. And usually this needs to be defined at the board level. So let's suppose that one of the items that we are making assumptions is the commercial income. So I might have an assumption that, or an objective that I want to increase sponsorship by 15%, merchandising or ticket sales. These are assumptions that I make, and it's on the basis of this that I will make a budget. Don't forget about the historical information that we have. So the 15% is 15% from the last year. But if we go to other areas, I don't know, traveling, which might be also an important cost for you. So maybe the directive from the board is we need to maintain the traveling cost. So we should not go up. That's what we are saying. Or, because the last year we had the loss, maybe we need to have a reduction of 20%. And this will obviously have an impact on your planning and on your logistics. Another thing on the positive, on the optimistic side, we were champions, we were doing well financially, so from now on we will use 5 stars, for instance, okay? These are only examples. Now, a difficult one on the payroll. Again, the same situation, pessimistic, optimistic, realistic. Well, one thing might say, we maintain the salary levels. And this means staff and this means players. So we have the same budget as last year. But we might say we need to reduce by 15%. Again, the financial performance was not good, and we need to keep it under control. So this has an impact on your sporting side, on drafting the players and the salaries. Okay? And bear in mind what I was saying, the level of the 70% and so on. It's I would say, a benchmark. And then a very optimistic one, we are doing so well that we can include, we can increase 5 full-time employees. So these are assumptions, especially on the more important items that you spend more, that should somehow be discussed and defined at the board level. Because this is then what the general manager is using with the staff to do the budget. Okay? So you need to think a little bit about these terms and where you are heading. Any questions here? Florian, you had a question before?
Yes. I had a question because, I'm French. So all the Frenchies, we like to go around the rules, We're good together with some other nations. And one of the things that was mentioned before by Pedro was this cap. If you go above this, then you need the next level of approval, right? So I was just thinking about a practical example, a real life example. Let's say you have above 10,000, you have to go to the head of, or the president, or the CEO, whatever. But what if I have 4 installments of 2,500? It makes it 10,000, but the way I present it is 4 times 2,500. So what would be the process? How do you make sure that this way to go around the rule does not become, let's say, the process that you see every day in your club? Because otherwise, you're basically bypassing the process that you're implementing.
What do you think about that? How would you prevent that to happen too often?
Okej. Do të unë mendoj që rënd parë do të pagesat të cilën e keni paraprakisht prej 10.000 euro si çekët, për herë të parë do të kërkohet ajo si pavarësisht prej periudhave që do t'i pagunin për 4 këste, ju de facto prej bordit apo drejtorit përgjithshëm që janë të merr miratimin që kjo pagesë duhet të aprovohet që të paguhet në 4 etapa, një gjë që nuk kërkohet më sa herë që ju doni ta paguani, që të shkoni të merrni prapë çdo herë të mlidhet bordi apo presidenti. Pra, mlidhet për një herë, mirët një aprovim për atë shumë të caktuar dhe datë etapa tona të se si do të bëhet pagesat. Do të thotë mirët miratimi që ju ja paguni për 4 etapa. Kështu që nuk keni nevojë, nuk do të më shku 4 herë ta merrni në shkrimin drejt për drejt, po drejt ajo lidhet drejt për drejt me drejtorin financiar, i autorizohet kështu.
Thank you. Well, you want to say something?
Well, here it's exactly the point of the difference between authorizing an expense and authorizing a payment. So your rules and procedures should say that you cannot break down the expense. So the authorization should be for the 10,000, I agree. Now, the financial terms is to pay in 4 installments, that's fine, okay? So there are 4 moments of payment. Authorization of expense is done once, and then the payments, the 3 people that I said, it's not an issue. Now, what we should prevent is the example that I gave about shirts, because you don't want to go to the border. You buy 10 shirts now and 10 shirts later and so on. These, your rules should avoid this kind of situation, meaning that you cannot break down the purchase to avoid going to upper levels of authorization. This is the good governance principle here. Okay? Very well. So we talk about the terms, we talk about these different scenarios. And I would like to ask you now, for your clubs, what are the main types of expenses, what are the main cost drivers that you have? So I divided here in 4 different dimensions, let's say the basketball operations, maybe venue management if you have an arena, something like this. Club operations, which should mean more your staff, your headquarters, these kind of things, and investment. Can you give me examples of the most important costs that you have in the clubs?
Kryesisht po flas për klubin e Trecës basketboll mashkull. Kryesisht I kemi pagat e lojtarëve kryesor të ekipit A, I cili nuk e kalon 70% të vlerës totale të buxhetit. Masanej është menaxhmenti I cili bën organizimin e lojëve të ekipit A, shkollën e basketbollit të cilën e kemi për gjeneratat e reja, duke punësuar edhe trajner për gjeneratat e reja. Investimet të cilat bën në gjeneratat e reja qoftë në vegla sportive ose pajisje sportive. Investimet të cilat bëhen kryesisht në ato janë vetëm për gjeneratat e reja, jo për palestra ose lloje të ndryshme, për shkak se palestrat kryesisht I menaxhon niveli lokal ose komunat. Dhe operacionet të tjera të cilat janë shpenzimet për reprezentacionin ose ekipin A të cilat lëvizën në për ndeshje zyrtare të klubeve të ndryshme. Po ashtu edhe për gjeneratat e reja të cilat lëvizën në për lojën jo vendore. Këto janë kryesisht.
somebody else like to add? I think that the colleague covered most. Yeah, please.
Po foli për vetes një lejtor pak jo shumë I madh, dhe pak si vjetër, edhe luj një ligë shumë vogël, dhe me thonë ligë të parë, dhe problemet e na ka qenë financimi klubet, dhe me thonë. Klubi jonë si klub ka ekzistu me shumë pak mjete bugjetore, dhe me thonë komuna ka suportu shumë pak, dhe me thonë, të hyra bugjetore, dhe qa ka mujt me mbulu, ka mujt me mbulu vesh shujtën tonë dhe udhëtimin që kena udhëtu në për vende tjera të Kosovës, dhe me thonë. Nuk ka mbulu as shpenzimet e mia si lejtar për shembull të hyra personale ose me mbulu çato shpenzime, dhe me thonë ku mbulu me shpenzimet mia familjes tam ose të punës tam.
Okay. So thank you very much. So these are examples here, okay? So on the basketball operations, you can have obviously the player salaries, which is the biggest amount, technical coaching, medical. You know, you can have kits, laundry. You might have a system of bonuses going on. For the ones that don't have the support of the municipality or have their own arena, you know, you will have like venue overhead, so electricity, water, and so on, cleaning, maintenance, security, insurance, you know, game organization. When you are talking about club operations, okay, what you could have expenses maybe with the board, with the headquarters itself, accountancy, taxes that you need to pay, again, insurance, marketing and communication, stakeholder management for some meetings, some things like this. And then, if you are in a fortunate position that you can make some investments, you might do facilities improvement, you know, buying other sport equipment, vehicles, you know, players, and so forth. So these kids, this is not exhaustive, but I think that here it's 90% of the expenses that the clubs will have. Okay? So this is a way of structuring. This could be an example of your cost drivers. Now, one point that the colleague was speaking here, you know, because you have different leagues, you have different realities. When you are doing a budget, one of the principles of financial management is to be prudent. Okay? And what does this mean in terms of budgeting? It's what is called zero-based budgeting. And it's very simple. Revenues should equal expenses. We don't know what's going to happen throughout the year, but this is the main principle to be financially sustainable. Because if you are already doing costs higher than revenues, you will go into a difficult situation because the tendency throughout the year is to go worse. So then you will have a loss, then you might be bankrupt at a certain time or not have cash flow. So the principle when you are budgeting and doing your planning is trying to have revenues equaling costs. We are talking more about costs. Why? Very simple. Because the revenues, unfortunately, they are smaller. We have less items, less possibilities. I actually know something interesting that here in Kosovo, you have now the possibility of patronage. Okay? And if I understand correctly, so if the companies give money to the clubs for certain purposes, they might have tax deductions. Okay? So it's not direct sponsorship, it's an indirect way, but this is also something that could be interesting and that you can try to activate. Okay? Especially with CSR doing something for the community and attracting these kind of patrons to do it. Okay? Now, when we are doing the budget, this is an example. This is in Excel, but actually it comes from a financial management system. One possibility that you can improve the quality of your budget is to do an exercise month by month. So you see here, you have the cost drivers, you have A team, youth team, women's team, sports material, whatever it is, okay? And then you have month by month. Well, this, what is the interest of this approach? By breaking per each month, you are probably being more accurate because you are thinking a little bit better. I could do the budget only the last column, but possibly I'm going to have more deviations because I'm not thinking so well. Okay? And if you have, for instance, here, the A team, as you see, is 30%, it's 1/3 in this case. Well, I know when I can draft players, I know how much they earn and so on, so I can do a planification. I also know the months that I don't play, and maybe I can lower my costs and so on. So this is one tip that can help you improve a little bit the budget. Another perspective, and the numbers will be very small, but the numbers are not important, is the cash flow perspective. So what do we have here basically? We have the revenues identified month by month, and we have the costs identified month by month. Now, what is important is here, we calculated a monthly result. And what we see is that until the month of May, we are negative. So we are paying more than what we are receiving. If you are a general manager and you have a situation like this, what is your approach? What can you do? So most likely, you need to delay certain activities. You need to shift out a little bit the priorities, and maybe some activities you only start doing in May because you need to balance. You need to have money to pay to the suppliers, to pay to the players, and so on. Because the effect of not paying, it's going to be detrimental to even your sport performance. Okay? So when you are doing the planning, when we are talking about planning, and if you don't align it with the budget, you can plan a lot of things in the first quarter, in the first 4 months, but in reality you don't have the resources to do it. And you might need to adjust this. Okay? Now, this is an exercise, and basically the situation that we have here, you have it in the handout. I'm going just to ask you some things directly, but basically here what is happening is you are. This is a different way of setting a budget. It's a budget for an event. Okay, it's not the annual budget. So you are organizing. Let's suppose that it's an international tournament in your own venue, in your own stadium. And what I would like in your own arena, and what I would like to know is, give me here 3 or 4 possibilities of revenues that you can generate with this event. Can you give me some examples? What could be revenues that you are generating by organizing a tournament? Ticketing, ticket sales, very well. More. Commercial, sponsoring and so on. Okay. What else? TV rights, very well. Broadcasting. Any other examples? Merchandising. Okay, very well. Good. What about the costs? What kind of costs would you have by organizing this event? Venue staff. Yeah. Security. More. Insurance. Organization. Okay. So that's exactly it. When you are doing a budget, the budget also has a result. So here, and this is not exhaustive, obviously, can have different things: sponsorship, TV rights, ticketing, food and beverage, for instance. Okay. So it gives you a total. It gives you a total for the revenues, and then you have the costs, the cost driver. So venue staff, security, other expenses like rentals, services, overheads, marketing, so promotion, signage, decoration, activations, and the game organization, which might be referees, sports material, traveling. So you have the costs. And now what you do? You have also a result. You have a gross result for this event. So this is another way of doing the budget, you know. From an event management point of view, you have revenues, you have costs, and you will have a result. Somehow these should be integrated into the annual budget, but it's another perspective. Okay? Now, what I would like to give you here is an example, a generic example on how to set a budget, who is responsible, what are the outcomes, basically what is the process, okay? So this is generic. I'm doing here something, let's say, for an organization with 20 people. If you have more, maybe it's a little bit more complex and you need more time. If you have less people, probably you can simplify it a little bit, okay? But for the sake of example, I'm going to show you this one. The first assumption is, well, here I'm making an assumption that usually you would need to be comfortable around 3 months to do the whole exercise for a budget, okay? As it should be. So what happens here? The first element is drafting the operational plan and the objectives. So you should have a plan to know what is going to happen in the season to be able to do the budget. Who is responsible for this? Well, it's the CEO and the board. Okay? So the board sets, as we have seen in governance, sets the strategic direction. The CEO heads the executive team that also have a participation, but it's the board that sets the direction. And on the basis of this, they are discussing what I told you, these terms, they are discussing the KPIs, the annual objectives. So the result is the operational plan. This is what you have. And now you need to start doing the budget. So basically here, the CEO talks with the different directors or managers of the different areas, and the general manager is going to say, okay, ladies and gentlemen, our objectives are this way, this is what was agreed in the board, we need to go in this direction, you need to go back and prepare a budget. Okay? So what happens? The managers now, after this conversation, they need to translate the operational plan into effective budgets. Okay? So they are translating the objectives into the budgets, looking at historical information, looking at whatever is available. Okay? So the executive team starts working. And then what happens? Well, the GM might have individual or group meetings, okay, talking with the different areas, and you will have a first draft. Now, here one thing that is important is what is the role of finance. What I'm saying is that in some organizations it's only finance doing the budget. This does not make sense. Finance does not know how to manage the venue, does not know how to manage the sports team and so on. The role of finance is coordinating the different departments and to have a consolidated view of the budget. This is the role of finance. But the general manager needs to be there talking with the guys and saying how it's going to work and what needs to be done. Finance is supporting the general manager. Okay? So you have here first draft. If you have, like in the case of a federation, of a league, even a club, if you have a financial committee, what do? You submit the budget to the financial committee that takes a look and issues a recommendation. As we saw yesterday, the committees, usually they don't make approvals, they issue recommendations to the board. If you don't have a committee, okay, you don't do this step. Okay? So you go on immediately to the next one. Well, here is, if there is a recommendation from the committee, basically the directors and the managers, they need to review the feedback and to do a second draft. Basically, it's integrating the feedback that they receive. But the next step is going to the board. Okay? So basically here, the GM presents the budget to the board, and then there are two possible things. Either the board says, okay, we are comfortable with the budget and we approve it. Or if they have, no, we need to do changes here. For instance, if they see that situation of the cash flow, they might say we need to delay some months the implementation of some of these activities. Okay? So you go into a cycle of approval. You prepare a new draft of the budget, you present until it is approved. So this obviously will depend a lot on the board, on the quality of your budget. But at a certain moment, there is a final version. Okay? Now what happens? typically, the budget needs to be approved with the operational plan in the General Assembly. Well, in the clubs might be different if you don't have a General Assembly, if your ownership model is different. But if you have, it needs to go to the General Assembly. Okay? That will also approve or disapprove, but theoretically, if the things are properly done with the recommendation from the board, they will approve it. Now, what happens after the approval? That's what I was meaning. So there needs to be here, the GM needs to communicate to the directors and the managers what was approved, and you go into the implementation. So this is the typical cycle, okay? My experience is that this takes around 3 months to do if it's done in a proper way. Questions about this? I don't know if this is the process that you follow here, if you have ever heard about this, but do you have any doubts? Yes, please.
Thank you, më falë që bona pak I tepër të fuqëm. Unë partje formova një komitet paralimpik se për shkak për ngjojnë persona me aftësitë kufizume, domethënë edhe më erdhi interesant u bona kryetori I Federatës, domethënë paralimpike të basketbollit. Gjë që formova një board dhe formova një sen shumë interesant edhe më la shumë përshtypje. Tu folën s'ka hep me drejtues të FIBA-s me një zyrtar të lartë, më tha që është shumë improvizum që më po mu, domethënë. Të nuk përfaqësoj domethënë këta me karrocën, përfaqësoj domethënë ta mund person me aftësitë kufizume. Edhe më la shumë përshtypje domethënë bordin, domethënë se që kjo nuk keshëm general, isha vetë general, domethënë formova këtë aktivitetin, domethënë vetë përpilova dhe pranum në Komitet Paralimpik Front lura 2024.
Very well, thank you so much. Back to this, any questions that you would like to ask? Does the process make sense to you? Yeah? Good? Okay, very well. So this is a simple way. I'm trying to simplify that we can understand how the process should go. Now, somebody talked yesterday about budget updates, you know, because as we said, there are no perfect operational plans, so throughout the year, for sure, there are going to be deviations. Okay, and in terms of the budget updates, there are different things here that are important. Well, first, as I mentioned, it's a negotiation process. Okay, and it's a negotiation process normally between the managers and the general manager, and sometimes the board. Okay, we need to understand the reasons why there is a deviation. Maybe because something that could not be foreseen happened, maybe because there are new priorities, but could also be that the job was not properly done. Okay? When we are talking about budget updates, there are two possibilities. One is a budget change. It's basically within your budget, the overall budget is not going to increase, and it's just moving from one line to the other. So maybe I take from, I don't know, headquarters, I wanted to do some maintenance, and I'm putting more into the senior team, or vice versa. Okay? Now, there is a different concept. The concept is budget revision. And here, the overall budget changes. Normally it increases. So if you have a budget of 1 million for the season, it maybe goes to 1,100,000 or 1,200,000. Now, my question is, if we have a budget revision, meaning that your overall cost budget increases, what is the implication? Who needs to approve this? Exactly. No, not the board, General Assembly. The entity, the body that needs to approve, it's the body that approved initially the budget. It's the General Assembly. So, obviously, as you can imagine, as a general manager, as a president, I want to avoid this. Unless if I have very good reasons, I don't want to go again to the General Assembly and to say, guys, we need 20% more. Okay? How do you manage these kind of situations? Well, you manage it with budget control throughout the year, because then you know already what are the deviations and you can take some action. Now, somebody yesterday told about the contingency. When I'm responsible for a budget, I always have a contingency of around 20%. And I'm very clear to the president, to the board. There is a contingency, because something can go wrong. Now, this does not mean that every time that we have a problem, we use the contingency, because otherwise it's not a contingency anymore. It becomes like a regular budget. So, this is why it is a negotiation process. You need to come and explain to me, general manager, what is going on, and I will make an assessment to say, okay, this is a good reason, I give some amount of the contingency to cover this. But if it's not a good reason, sometimes I want to show that there is a negative amount because I want to make a point to the next year or because the job was not properly done. So this is a part of the negotiation process. Okay? So, I'm sorry, here, the approval level, I agree with the colleague, the revision is done at General Assembly. When it is a budget update, most likely this is done either at General Manager level, if this person is empowered, or then at board level. Does not need to go to the General Assembly. So this is the difference, and there is a big impact on that, and even a political stance. Okay, when we go into reporting, what are we looking? And reporting, I'm not talking now the reporting to the government, taxes and so on. I'm talking about the management accounting, I'm talking about the internal reporting that you need to do. Well, you need to have transparency. If you have a financial management system, which would be the best practice, your managers should be able to access it. Because the worst thing that I see is the manager saying, oh, finance doesn't give us access, we don't know, I don't know what is going on, and so on. This is an excuse, okay? Because if you are a manager, if you are being paid as such, you need to be empowered and you need to be made accountable for the projects that you are responsible. What is my point of having somebody that is responsible? I don't know. A team manager from the main team, and this person is not controlling budget, is not doing anything. Budget is a part of management, okay? You cannot be a manager if you don't know how to control your costs. Then, the other thing is the reporting. It should be timely and accurate. My preference is monthly reporting. But if you don't have a very big organization, very big staff, maybe you do it every 2 months, something like this. Now, doing frequencies of 6 months or something like that, it's not useful. It's not going to bring you anything. There are even organizations that they don't even do budget control. Elvira, how does it work in the Federation? Do you have financial reporting, regular?
Yes, we usually report to the board for each month.
Monthly, yeah?
Monthly, yes.
Monthly basis.
Yes,
Okay.
monthly.
So it's in line with this example, with this best practice. Then, obviously, you should have about revenues and expenses. It needs to link to the execution of the operational plan. It probably needs to make an assessment of risks, you know. For instance, I don't know, now we have the question of the war in Ukraine. Fuel is going up. A lot of things we have inflation, okay? So this is something that probably should be reflected in a report, giving already a warning and saying, guys, the expenses were not foreseen at this level. We are going to have increases of 10-15%. This is risk management. Okay? And then it should have the adequate level of detail per stakeholder. What do I mean? If it is finances looking at the report, they need to have a lot of detail. The finances and the managers, okay? In their specific area. But when it goes to the board, you need to simplify it. Okay? The general manager is most likely not a financial expert. So the role is to make the information available in a way that is easy to understand, maybe a graphical analysis, instead of having 20 pages of maps that a person is lost, a person cannot understand. Okay? So it needs to be suitable level, and the higher you go, it's less detailed, it's more graphical. Okay? I don't see you because you are against the light. Yes, please.
So, just as an example,
So the sports federation that I was chair of, we did not have any reporting of financial income when I became president. So within 1 month, I said I want all of the income and expenditure, and let me know what our forecast would be for the year end, which was in 9 months' time. They then came back after a further month and said, Jeff, if we continue, we will be £96,000 in debt. For the organisation, that's maybe 20% of our turnover. So in other words, we would be bankrupt. It was reporting that focused our mind, and we controlled costings, and we turned a potential loss into a 13,000 profit. Real life example. As a director of that federation, I personally could have been declared bankrupt, and that focused my mind. And from then on, we had monthly reporting that managed who was spending and what were they spending on as per the budget, and it saved us as an organisation. Just an example.
Thank you very much. And you see, this is an organisation that was amateur, okay? They had these risks of continuation, a going concern, but by implementing this, they professionalized a little bit and they went further. Yes, please.
I just wanted to ask Jeff, like, what were the areas that you focused on in terms of, figuring out how to turn that negative into a positive? Like, what areas did you guys cut? Like, just some examples.
So, a good question. So what Pedro was saying, we looked at income and expenditure. First of all, on income, where can we bring in additional money? Sponsorship. If we were at an event, how do we make more money from food and beverage? So rather than just having somebody have a ticket and it costs €20, how can we get them to spend €40 with us at our events? So that was the first thing. Second thing, we looked at all of the expenses. Simple ideas. Printing, we just said no printing. We are doing no cost with no printing. Some of the expenditure there was to purchase IT equipment. We said no, that's not happening. So we went through all of our expenses, and anything that was not already committed in spend, we said we're not doing it until we sort this out. And any costs that were happening, staffing costs, expenditure, we all drove that by saying you don't do it. And if there was any spend, the third thing that we did, if there was any guaranteed spend that needed to happen, it must go through the general manager and myself for approval. So there was an approval process in place. Now, my sports federation, it's a global federation, but small. The overall turnover was $500,000 so small. Euros, 500,000 euros, so small. But if you think 500,000 euros and we were 96,000 in debt, you can see the size of the problem. But in essence, we looked at the budget, we reduced any costs that could be stopped straight away, we put in place an authority for spend, we looked at income, and there's always fat in a budget that you can focus on. What that did, that was on year 1. By year 4, we had increased our cash reserves so much that we were seen as a best practice federation, and we started to spend money. on the elites team, on our high performance setup. We could not have done that if we wouldn't have got the foundations right. So it actually allowed us to spend money on the sport when that was in place. Great question.
I think it's a very good example because, well, first, change does not happen overnight. First, they wanted to contain the problem, okay? And then in the 4 years' time, then they could invest more and so on. But you know, on the financing side, you don't really have secrets. You need to increase your revenues and you need to control your costs. Okay? In the end, that's it. It's a little bit like our personal life as well, isn't it? We have salaries, we have sources of income, and then we have costs with the kids, cars, food, housing, and all these kind of things. And we need to live within certain possibilities. Okay? So in the clubs, in the federations, it's exactly the same with more responsibility because often the money is not ours. Okay? Very well. So now we go into, and you saw in this example, I like this example from Jeff because you saw on how doing the reporting, which was not usual, saved and improved the performance of the organization. There is another concept that, besides the reporting, that is very much aligned with the reporting that we need to do. It's the forecasting, okay? And the forecasting is what? Is looking at information that we have already available, and as the name says, forecast until the end of the year, okay? What is going to happen? So we are making a simulation, a financial simulation. Now, what are we doing? We are identifying the challenges. We are seeing what are possible scenarios and risk management. Very important, what are the corrective measures that we can do? Okay? Potential allocation of reserves, and basically the major outcome, the final outcome that we want is delivery within budget. Okay? And especially if you are the general manager of the club, you know, you need to manage the different aspects, and one of your main obligations towards the board is to deliver within the budget that was set. Okay? Now, I have a question. I say here 2 times a year. But the question is, if you have from month 1 to 12, a typical year, in which month do you think that you should do the first forecast? Is it month 2? Is it month 11? What do you think? When is it a good moment to do a first forecast? What do you think would be a good practice?
I think we can do the first forecast in the historical data before waiting once we start.
No. The assumption is we are already implementing the budget. Okay? So I'm saying that we have 12 months, from month 1 to 12. And what I said is the forecast is on the basis of the information that you have until a certain moment, but in that year. Forecast until month 12.
Usually it's divided in quarters.
So what is the month that you will do the forecast? Third month. Okay? Sorry? No. Okay, 6 months. Forecasting is not reporting. Reporting is a monthly activity. Yes. Forecasting is then making this simulation until the end of the year. So I have the tendency to agree with that table. 6 months. And why? Why? Because at month 3, I don't have yet probably enough information. So I'm having information of 3 months, and I'm extrapolating until month 12. I'm doing a simulation for 9 months. The quality of the data is not going to be very good. Month 6, I already have good information. There are two things that are important. First, I already have the first semester, so I know what went on, and I still have 6 months to correct. So if something is not going well, I have 6 months that I can make an adjustment. So month 3 might be a bit too early to do. You need to be very mature to be able to do that. reporting every month, but forecasting, I would say month 6. And then the second forecasting, I will do it in month 9. Why? Because I have 3 more months from 6 to 9 to see what happened, if my corrective measures had an impact, and I still have 3 months to go until the end of the year. Okay? Now, suppose that I don't do a forecast in month 6 and in month 9, I only do it in month 10. Well, it's very easy to do the forecast because I only have 2 months, but I cannot make corrective measures because it's not going to have an impact. I only have 2 months. It's useless. Okay? So this is the principle from a financial budgeting point of view that the general manager should have in mind and should follow. Okay? And I'm going to show you an example here. So this is a report, again in Excel, but from a real system. What do we have here? We have again the same structure, the cost drivers, okay? We have the budget. Actuals are the incurred expenses, so the invoice is at the right. The commitments are coming from the purchase requests, the salaries, the contracts. So it's items that I don't have an invoice, but I already know that I will have to pay, okay? So basically, I have more information which are called projected expenses. And then I have here the ratios, okay? I did the forecast and I have the ratios. Take a look at this. The overall, so 23,165, my forecast is that I'm going to be around 800,000 above. 23,948. So I'm going to have 103%. And where are the problems? Where are these problems coming from? Well, the problems are coming here from this orange line. So, HQ, I'm spending, my forecast is that I'm spending 10% more. Then AT, 14% more. Then player salaries of other sports. So it's assuming a multi-sport club. Okay? But let's focus on these ones. And then I have here fund engagement, marketing activities, and so on. It's around 80%. So I have some that are above, some that are below. Okay? So I have 2 concerns. If I'm a general manager, I ask the finance manager and the responsible for this area to have a meeting, and I'm going to say, gentlemen or ladies, on the basis of this report, we are having a problem because we are being over budget at the end of the year. The first thing that I want to know, what are the reasons? Maybe in the HQ, I don't know, we had a flooding, we had the air conditioning that was damaged and we need to invest more. Okay, something that was not predicted. Okay, it's a good reason. Let's see how we do. On the 18, what could have happened? Could be because we had to buy more players because our season was not going well and we had to pay more salary, something like this on the sporting side. Could be maybe because I'm spending too much on traveling and accommodation. Okay? And now, decisions that I can take. Well, on the HQ I might say, okay, this is not a priority, we delay it because anyhow now it's summer and we can take care of this later. Okay? And I budget it for the next season. On the team side, well, if I got some players, if I needed to bring some more players because I don't know, an injury or something like this at a higher salary, maybe I need to let somebody go, if it's possible from a legal point of view. If the question is traveling and accommodation, I might have to take a difficult decision and to say, okay guys, now it's not individual rooms, it's not 5-star, it's not individual rooms, it's 2 players sharing a room and we go to 3-star. Something like this. So I'm taking, it's examples of corrective measures. Or I might release a player to go down on the salary. And then I can get back into budget. Okay? So this is the type of discussions that the general manager, by receiving a report and by doing a forecast, so the problem is identified. Now let's talk with the team to see what happened and what are the solutions. The other one that I would like to highlight is this one here, the 80%. This is not necessarily good. You know? Because maybe the manager from marketing, maybe he's at 80% because he's not doing the job. It could be that the budget was wrongly done and it was like over budgeted, which is not good. Okay, so you have not done your job. Second thing could be, okay, I'm late on my activities, that's why I'm not going to execute everything until the end of the year. So it means that my operational plan is not going to be fulfilled. So that could be an issue. But the other thing might be, listen, we had a gala and for political reasons the gala was delayed, so I didn't spend this money. Okay, then I can accept. So you need to evaluate the ones that you overspent, but also the execution of the operational plan. Okay? So this is the essence of budget management. The main objective is that at the end of the year, I don't have this 103, I have 100%. And take a look about the commitments. We have here different percentages, and this percentage is the percentage spent. You have here the formulas, you can see it later. It's basically on the incurred expenses. So, at the moment of this report, I only spent 24. So it seems that everything is okay, I have no problems. When I put the commitments, and the commitments are the purchase requests that I identified earlier in my commitments, it's the salaries that I know I'm going to pay, and it's the contracts that are already signed. Suddenly, my execution rate is already 64%. There's a 40% difference. So the situation is different. Okay? And when I do the forecast, well, then I'm in crisis. Okay? So as you can see, different ways of accounting the things can have a big impact on the analysis that you do on the financial performance of your club, federation, or league. Any questions? This is probably something new for you. Any questions about this? Does it make sense? Do you have any points there that you would like further clarification? Please.
Në realitet, unë pyet që s'kam po jam të dashur të komentu diçka në lidhje me përvojat paraprake të klubit ku kam qenë unë dhe ku jam sot. Po e marr një shembull, në vitin 2012 në atë kohë kam qenë ndërmjet trener që këtu i kemi edhe drejtor të asaj kohës, zotrin Naimin. Klubi i basketbollit Trepça pat fillu një farfor me thujse me zero buxhet. Po du me thonë të varijimi i buxhetit edhe të transparenca edhe organizimi i mirë se qysh varion ndër kohë. Kena fillu me zero buxhet dhe qëllimi i klubit i vetëm ka qenë mbijetesa në Superligë. Por, drejtues të asaj kohe të klubit kanë vendosur në mjetet vetë anoa kemi me për një lojtar të huaj dhe ka fillu rezultati gradualisht. Është rrit numri i shikuesve, shitjeve të biletave, të reklamave, gjëra ndryshme dhe në fund natë vit, që mos më zgjatshëm, kemi përfundu kampion me një buxhet prej zero dikon afër që saktësisht nuk e di, sepse kam qenë atë kohë ndërmjet dhe jo drejtues i klubit, afër 80.000 euro dikon parapërsisht, domethënë nga zero buxhet deri në 80.000 euro. E tregova këtë tregimin e parë, po du me tregova edhe tregimin e dytë tash ku jeni, për mi inkuraju klubet, ma të vogla që janë, që me një organizim të mirë, me një transparencë të mirë, ti mundesh edhe me marrë shumë më shumë feedbackun prej sponsorëve ose njerëzve të cilët e kanë dëshirën për të më ndihmuar. Po në këtë vit, tash po flas si drejtues i klubit, si drejtor i klubit Trepçës, ne në fillim të sezonës në muajin maj kur jemi mbledhur si bot, kemi pas dy ambicje. Final Four-in e kupës edhe Final Four-in e ligës. Me një buxhet jo se çfarë kemi sot për sot, që s'është rëndësishme përmend shifra, po përqindja e buxhetit tani në ato fillimin që jena konë, është dikon rreth 35% më e madhe se me ato që fillimisht e kena planifikuar. Si ka ardhur kjo? Kjo ka ardhur komplet për shkak të transparencës, kjo ka ardhur komplet për shkak të organizimit të mirëfillt, me cilën edhe sponsorët të cilët janë tani, kam pa një seriozitet të klubit. Andaj, se cili klub, i vogël edhe i madh, nëse veç ka seriozitet, tani më e kemi edhe hapësirën e subvencionimit prej tatimit në fitim të subjekteve afariste. Andaj, ju inkurajoj edhe klubeve të vogla, që janë, që përmeni ma herët tek zoni, që me pas një projekt më të mirë, e qa shumë e rëndësishme në klubin tonë, me pas një financiar, shumë është rëndësia e madhe për shkak se ai e drejton buxhetin pavarësisht me koordinimin me bordin edhe me drejtuesit. Ishte koment, nuk pata pyetje, por u ndërlidha me diskutimin deri tani shumë. Faleminderit.
No, thank you very much. And there is one thing that I would like to emphasize. It's money helps, of course. If you have money, you have other possibilities, but money is not everything. Organization is very important, and being serious, being competent, and doing a good job. So we have seen quite often that clubs with smaller budgets, sometimes they can do better than the others. But obviously, the more resources that you have, the better. This is clear. Any other points on this? So I hope this is obviously a very short session. There are many courses about finances, many ways of doing the thing. So we only have 2 hours. I'm introducing here, just in a simple way, some concepts. As I said in the beginning, at the end of the session, if you want in the afternoon, I'll be available for individual talks if there is a need. So please feel free to approach me if you need something. Okay, we are finalizing the session, and here at the board level, you know that you will not be 100% on the budget. You might be a little bit above, a little bit below. So one thing that needs to be discussed at the board level is what is an acceptable deviation. Okay? Maybe you say, okay, if we are within a range of +5, -5% of the budget, we are satisfied as board. This does not necessarily need to be communicated to the executive team, because the danger here is if you say we can be 5% above budget, it means that the people are not paying attention. If Jeff would have said that, probably it doesn't go in the direction that it went. But at the board level, you need to be realistic, okay? And you need to most likely have a discussion about this and have an implicit agreement. You don't need to have it in minutes or something like this, but what is an acceptable deviation for you? As I said yesterday, in multinational companies worldwide, sometimes you have thresholds of 2%. I've seen also organizations with 10%. For me, 5% is something that is acceptable. Okay? So, in terms of deliveries, you will receive 3 tools. One is about a timeline for budget preparation, a budget checklist, what you need to check, and then also a checklist of the different chapters that you should have in a financial report, okay? Giving you a little bit an idea on what should be there, okay? So, this is the end of the session. I hope, as I said, a simple session in terms of concepts. Maybe I want to know a little bit how interesting it was to you. What were the points that maybe will make you think a little bit and potentially implement in your organizations later on? Can you maybe give me some feedback?
Dhe ishte shumë interesante me pa edhe përvojat të tjerëve në këtë aspekt dhe mi krahasu përvojat tona me përvojat cilat ju na i prezentut. Kështu që besoj që në të ardhmen të gjitha klubet kanë me përfitu prej kësajna që sa do pak të ngrisim nivelin e menaxhimit financiar dhe menaxhimin e klubit.
Thank you very much, and we have seen also yesterday in that licensing process, because all the items all the modules that we are talking here, they are somehow interconnected. And one of the pillars of the licensing is exactly the financial pillar, okay? And there are some things that you can do to improve the level of all clubs to slowly go in a certain direction, okay? In that certification process. Any other? Legenda.
Unë mendoj se çdo klub duhet me pas plan me programin, siç keni thënë edhe ju, domethënë duhet me ditë qëllimin çka don klubi me mri. Siç thash edhe dje, thash nëse ki qëllimin me qenë kampion, normal që edhe buxheti i klubit duhet me qenë më i madh, por edhe
vetë kompania, vetë sponsora dhe me thonë e lypin edhe suksese. Për mu është me rëndësi me pas dhe me thonë klubi një qëllim, plan, program, edhe përmes asoj tani mundesh me ditë edhe qëllimin, mundesh me ditë edhe buxhetin e klubit.
In this table here, can you maybe tell me what were the points maybe interesting? Well, you choose whoever wants to speak.
One of the interesting points was in the beginning on the slide when you had the 3 examples of how to divvy it up and like what's a good role model in terms of how a club should look like in terms of liquidity and the assets and the liabilities. So
the analysis of the graphical analysis.
Exactly,
yes.
and I found that really helpful. And then also in terms of the 70% rule, and then given the examples that were given, especially the one even by Jeff, in terms of how one is able to turn around an organization, you know, and having sort of an itemized list of the things that you could do as well is extremely helpful, and I think we can all benefit from that.
Okay, very well, good. I think that we'll stop here. So we are. It's 11 o'clock. So just on time. We would give you 15 minutes, and then you will have a more appealing topic. Let's say to you, sports people, from Florian, giving us an idea about technical development.
Player pathway.
Player pathway. Okay. Thank you very much. So 11:15, if you could be here. Thank you.
Disappeared in nature. Yes, we're starting. I'm actually waiting for Jeff.
He's outside. Shadow.
He's enjoying the life. Enjoying the life.
Of the video?
Of the video, but it's a basketball game. So you very well.
I'm the president.
I'm the boss. You have a microphone.
Okay, hello everybody. Everybody say hello, Jeff. There we go, there we go. Good to see you all. Everybody wave to Radmilla. Hi Radmilla, wave to Radmilla. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Wave to Radmilla. Okay, what I would like you to do is to stand up and to get with a partner 1 meter apart. So everybody stand up, and with a partner, face your partner like this. Okay? If you don't have one, find one. Okay? So, here's what we're going to do. Okay, just watch us. We're going to count 1, 2, 3, but at speed. Watch this. I'll go first. 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, go.
1, 2, 3, 2,
Okay, so next time, I want it much quicker. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, like this. Okay, but now you do not say the number 2. Instead, you clap your hands. So you do not say the number 2. You clap your hands like this with speed. Are you ready? Here we go. 1, 3. 1, 3.
Hey, coffee.
Okay, but really quick. Away we go.
1, 3. 3.
Okay. Now remember, you don't go 2. You just clap. Okay, this time we're going to, instead of saying, so we do 1, clap, but instead of doing 3, you jump. Okay? You do not say 3, you just jump. So like this, but at speed. At speed. Are you ready? Here we, oh look, getting the coat off. Oh, getting the coat off. Okay, are you watching? Are you watching? Here we go. Are you watching? Here we go. 1. 1. Okay, but fast. Away we go. Okay, so just one more time, but what we want is it quicker, much faster. So I will say 1, Aurelie will clap, and I will jump, but I do not say 2 or 3. So I just say 1, clap, jump, but with speed. So try and do it like this. Are we ready? Here we go. Ready? Here we go. 1. Much quicker. Go. Quick.
1.
Okay. You can all be seated, but you two come here. You two. This is something to see. Okay. Are we ready? Are we got the videos out? The video cameras? Okay. Now, everybody watching? With speed. Okay, so you're doing 1, clap, jump. Ready? With speed. Go! Give him a round of applause! Well done, good. Okay, so that brings us into our next session where we're talking about the sport. And to do that, Florian, over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
You got it. Good.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you. Very impressed. Very nice exercise. Usually we get a couple like that struggle a little bit, so we'll keep that momentum. And thank you, Jeff. Believe me, we pay Jeff a lot of money to make you clap. So thank you, Jeff, for charging us for making people clap. Okay, look, I don't want to take you for too long before lunch. So what I would like to do here is to show you a little bit the agenda. What I would like to talk about player pathway, okay? But we are going to partially see the agenda before lunch, and then we'll continue after lunch. Okay, so don't worry, we'll not keep you for too long. What are we going to see? First, the big picture. That's what I'm going to talk about before lunch. And after lunch, we'll do other stuff. We'll focus on grassroots basketball, which I think is very important to develop the sport. And remember, this is one of the goals also of the Federation when they prepare their strategic plan. So we'll talk about that. And Aurélie is going to do that this afternoon. After that, we'll talk about the next generation of players. That's also very important, how we prepare your next talents of tomorrow, and that will feed your league and be part of your team and club. So we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about the pro league as well. So we'll discuss different layers of basketball. After that, at the very end, we'll have a sort of mini debate on different topics that I have prepared for you. And then we finish and we enjoy the rest of the day, where I know it's a lot of basketball out there, 3x3, semi-finals if I'm not mistaken this afternoon, so we'll continue on our basketball journey, okay? So first we focus on the big picture. But let me ask you, before we start, what is a player pathway? That's the topic right now, but I would like to hear from you, what is your definition of a player pathway? Anybody wants to raise their hand and give me his own definition of the player pathway? Yes?
Yeah, in terms of a pathway for a player, I would say it's just like his beginning, you know, like his formative years in whatever club, and then you know, up to like the different sort of levels of the team, whether it's junior or then up to a senior, and I think it's his involvement as a player. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Does everybody agree with that? Any other definitions on the room? I see movement over there. Please. Let me take also my translation stuff.
Fillimi, rrugtimi dhe më thonë një drejtarit është një sakrificë personale e tina, në cilën duhet mu pajtu që nëse dëm me arrit kulmet e basketbollistit, me qenje për i basketbollistit në kulminant, duhet me sakrifiku shumë, duhet me punu shumë, edhe duhet me u përshtat kushteve profesionale që një sportist i nevojitet për me arrit kulmin, me qenë drejtar i nevojshëm për klubin edhe me qenë i freskët.
Thank you so much. Any other definition? Anything?
Let's get right.
Yes, I see. Please.
Mendoj që është rrugtimi i një lojtarit që ka pas prej fillimit edhe rrugtimi që ka me bo prej momentit poshtë ku është e vetin me një periudhë kohore më të mëndshme.
Anyone else? Please.
Për shembull, thank you, Mrs. Rrugtimi ma i gjatë në lojtarë kom për shembull për mua që shumë njerëz nuk i kanë besu që unë e kom mujt me pas një ondë të madhe ose një qëllim me kom një basketbollist, dhe me thonë se unë kom për para 2008 ose 9, unë kom veç 10 centimetra. Dhe me thonë, unë kom e shkurse që ku menuën, dhe me thonë, me nga të cimi mu, për shembull, më ka sjellë shumë pa basketbollit më ka zgjatë. Tani për tani në 2022 dhe një 35. Dhe që më ka avancu shumë, më ka bënë një shumë popularizum, dhe me thonë, gjithë vendin e Kosovës, dhe me thonë.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing. Yes, please.
Nëse më vëna për rutinë e lojtarit që është në moshën fëminore, nëse më vëna për përsëritën e janë për shkak të se kuptoj, për një drejtorët, që në moshën fëminore, unë mendoj se fillon nga pasioni, shtytja nga prindi ose mësimdhënësi I lëndës sportive, edukatës fizike. Treneri I gjeneratës së parë, profesionalizmi I trenerit dhe I klubit ku ai vepron dhe punon. E pastaj ka shumë faktorë të tjerë të cilët shkojnë deri te rutini. Domthonë, njëri prej atyre faktorëve që po duam të përmend prej asaj në rutinit deri në fund, është edhe fati mos me pas lëndime. Ashtu unë mendoj.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Look, you're all right. You all touched entirely or partially what the player pathway is. Okay? So well done. But now, let me ask you one more question. Do you think there is only one pathway or several pathways towards success? Several? Everybody agrees with that? Okay. Now, what I would like to show you a little bit is a short video, 1.5 minutes, okay? We need to bring a little bit of basketball, right? So this is a basketball video. There is no need for translation. And then we'll discuss about this video and how this reflects on the player pathway, okay? So just to give you a little bit of context, for those who like NBA basketball, this is the NBA Finals. This is Miami versus the Spurs. The Spurs are down by, they're up by 2. And there are 18 seconds to go before the end of the game. So if they score, almost it's a 4-point game, game over. Okay? So here it is. Okay. So, why I'm showing you this video, okay, is not to show my French pride, because obviously Tony Parker is scoring the baskets and is making the difference, and so it's not about that. It's not about the fact that he's an international player playing in the NBA, but yes, indeed, this is, let's say, an unexpected talent, or let's say a talent that had an unexpected road towards success. And that was not this final, but he finished MVP in another final in 2007. But that's not a reason why I'm showing you this video. But I would like to maybe go back to this setup, okay? Like anything else in basketball, before that play, for sure they had a strategy. For sure they knew how they wanted to attack the basket. But in basketball, you have different options. I'm talking to different players here that you have different ways to score the basketball. So you have to choose one, in this case, and you try to score. What matters is you need to score. So if we refer back to the player pathway, you have different options on the table. You said yourself, there are many options, many opportunities to develop players. There are many pathways. But you have to choose one or a few. That's your game plan, and then you move forward. But then what happens? What happens after that is that at some point, you lose the control. Because you have the game plan, you see, I don't know if you noticed, spacing, to isolate him, but then, you know, he needed to improvise. And at the end of the day, he made it. He made the shot, but that was very close, as you've seen on the video. Very, very close. And sometimes you develop players, you know, and they follow unexpected pathways that brings them to success. And you have to improvise. As a club, you have to improvise to have that specific player to continue the development. As a league, you have to improvise different pathways sometimes, or to change your regulations to make sure that you are not blocking any talent to develop themselves. So you need to think about that. You need to think about what you need to do to have a plan, stick to it, but be able to adapt and adjust. And then at the end, you still also need a little bit of luck to continue developing talents. Like Tony Parker had a little bit of luck when he released the shot just on time. Okay? So I think, you know, I just wanted to bring that video because it's basketball, and, you know, Pedro has been talking a lot about governance, about finances, and that's the unique opportunity to show you a little bit of basketball video. So I wanted to use this analogy to do that. Okay? Now, moving on to the one who scored, Tony Parker. I would like to use his example, and you will see some other players later on, what kind of pathway they had. Tony Parker, he started playing basketball because his father was a basketball player and he loved the game. He was skinny, he was not the tallest, he was not the best on the court when he was young, but he had that whip, okay? He was identified and he barely made it to the INSEP, the National Sports Center or Sport Institute in France. He was that close not to be chosen, but they said, okay, we'll take him. We trust he's going to be a good player. He did INSEP, and then the next step after that is that he joined for 2 years the first division league. He played for Paris for 2 years. So you see his pathway. Local clubs, national center, first division club for 2 years, and then he got drafted by the NBA. That's one example of one pathway. Another player, everybody knows, Luka. Different pathway, isn't it? Does everybody knows Luka's pathway? Yes, please.
He played for the Real Madrid.
Yes.
And after that, he went to the NBA.
Exactly. You shortened it a little bit, but you know, he started to play. Yeah, he wanted to. Yes. Exactly. He started to play at the age of 8. Played Slovenia, then was signed by the Real Madrid, age of 13, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. Played with the junior team, then the B team, then A team, then continued the growth, and then joined the NBA. So you see, no national center here. And he was actually traveling abroad to develop himself. Okay? For specific situations.
Can I add something for him?
Please.
Premte Luka Doncicit janë banor edhe kanë detyruar kanë linë në Kosovë. Kështu që periudhën e ka prej Kosovës, edhe babai i tij ka qenë basketbollist i cili ka vazhdu karrierën në Sloveni dhe ka shku me jetu atje.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But my point is, besides or regardless of, you know, who the parents were, etc., my point is the pathway was different. The pathway was not to join the national center. The pathway was to go abroad, other club, and then he continued to grow. Okay? What about this guy? Dirk Nowitzki. Different pathway. Different way to develop the players. He didn't start early age. He started age 14, 15. And he joined the second division team in Germany for 4 years. So basically, he was placed in an environment which is competitive for him, but is not in the top league. Is not maybe where the pressure of the results is slightly less. He was put in different types of conditions to develop himself. Then he went to the NBA. Now,
Before you went to NBA, you destroyed Charles Barkley MLS.
that's correct. Ah, you see. I see you. You follow. What about this guy?
Joel Embiid.
Joel Embiid. Okay.
Football. Before you played basketball.
He played football. And actually, I think that was the case also of Dirk Nowitzki. He played other sports. I think Luka also played another sport. Well, you see the beauty of mixing the different sports. But his pathway was different. His pathway was, he's coming from Cameroon at the origin. And he was identified during a camp run by Lukan Bamute, another Cameroonese player. And then he was brought to the US. And then he followed the US system. He went to prep school, NCAA, where he played for Kansas City. And then he joined the NBA. So you see, another total different pathway. Completely different. But at the end of the day, they made it to the NBA. So think about this. Think about that some players, they may start early in basketball. Some of them, they may start at the age of 15, 16, which is already quite late, but they are unbelievable talents eventually. Some of them, they go to the National Training Center. And you do have one here in Kosovo. Some of them don't. Some of them, they join first division clubs. Some of them, they join second division clubs. Some of them, they join third division clubs. So you need to think, okay, not everybody will be as talented as Luka, but how can I offer options to my players to continue their development in a way that makes total sense? Because the way it makes sense for that type of player does not really make sense for that type of player. So you need to have all those options here. How you want to use the US system or not. If you do want to use it, how you connect with universities. How you make sure that you have a constant relationship with the player. You're not just sending the player in the US, but you actually keep a strong relationship with the player from a federation point of view, from a club point of view, from a league point of view, for different matters. How do you do that? So that's what I wanted to do. So the easy point I wanted to make is there is no player pathway, not only one, but there are many, and you should be prepared for that. Now let me ask you, what can influence the pathway? You started to touch on some of the things. What can influence the pathway of the players? Anybody? You said so. I think you gave a clue already when you said, you know, his father was playing basketball and so on in the case of Luka. Same for Parker, actually. But that's one element. Any other elements that can influence the player pathways of the play?
Unë mendoj se qasja me basketbollit, si hapi parë është përkushtimi edhe serioziteti. Nëse ki përkushtim, do të thotë për gjenerata të janë një lojtar nëse dëshiron mu ngrit gradualisht, atëherë qasja dhe përkushtimi, do të thotë do të mu fokusu vetëm në çështën e basketbollit. Nëse pretendon me arrit moja më të larta, në rangisat më të larta botërore të basketbollit, me qenë aktiv. Qasja, përkushtimi dhe serioziteti, mos harrojmë cek.
And I think the passion for the game, the love of the game, and also the goals that you have for yourself.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you.
Por unë besoj që vjen për edukimit. E para është edukimi familjar. E dyta është edhe treneri. Domethënë treneri është ai që dikon domethënë shumë në performancën e lojtarit sa ku me pas sukses. Nëse ka një trener që nuk përkushtohet domethënë lojtarit, kur e sheh që ka talentin, nuk punon me ato, besoj që ai lojtar do të dështon. Për mua është e para edukimi, dyta treneri edhe treta është disiplina.
I fully agree with that. Please.
All of that is true, but I think one of the most important reasons is also, I think, in this case, economic too. Meaning, you know, if a family can afford to send his kid away somewhere to training camp or not, and I think that, especially with Kosovo, it's a big issue, because I feel like in other places people have more of a chance to display their talents, and therefore have the option to get lucky, because all the guys you mentioned before, someone else needed to spot them as well in order to take them somewhere else. And in case of Kosovo, I feel like that's one of the main issues, is that in terms of their pathway, we struggle in terms of having that type of access, and I think that comes a lot with different factors, but one of them economic and financial.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing this, and I agree with you. It could be an endless list of criteria or reasons why a player is going towards that direction or towards that other direction. And one of them I picked up was the player's talent. First of all, we are talking about different types of talent. Some of them are more talented than some others. And that's a fact, and sometimes if you are a less talented player, you will more to engage into a certain pathway. If you are a super talented player, you will go to a more different pathway, like Luka, who went to Real Madrid or so on. So the talent of the player, the nature of the talent, dictates sometimes the pathway to follow. But also the talent's maturity, because some players are way more mature at the early age than some others. Some others are late boomers, especially the bigs. Talking to, in basketball, the big guys, they tend to explode a little bit later. So it takes more time for them. So the pathway also needs to be a little bit adjusted, maybe depending on their maturity and depending on their position on the court. And then you mentioned all of that, the players' relatives and their history, father, parents, brothers, sisters, whoever is influencing the players at the early age or later when they are teenagers, all of those have a portion or a part of influencing the pathway, whether we like it or not. So we need to be attentive. We need to think about how we can also talk to those stakeholders that have a say in the life of those talents. Okay? But another thing is the level of infrastructure, because in some countries you don't have a national center to develop players. In your country you have. So if you don't have this option, then you have to invent something else to continue developing your players. I know some countries, they don't have this center, and the level of infrastructure, the level of the courts, the equipment, all of this is very low. So once they recognize the talent, they have no other options than sending the talent abroad, because they know this is where the player is going to get the right level of coaching, the right level of infrastructure to continue developing physically and to also develop the game. So sometimes this has a huge influence. And then the national system, what you collectively decide to be the different or the main avenues for the player pathway. That also has a huge influence, starting from the federation to the league and to the clubs. So you have a huge responsibility as well when it comes to produce talents. And that's not to be underestimated. Okay, so, that's what I wanted to say. Now I would like everybody to stand up, and I'm just amazed to know something, because on my way from the airport to here, I had an interesting conversation, and we were discussing, totally by coincidence, who is the best European player of all time so far. And the three names that came up were Parker, Doncic, and Dirk. And you can have some more, maybe the Dražen, maybe the Gazos brothers, Toni Kukoc, and so on. So let's play a little bit of a game. Everybody stands up. And I would like to have all of those who believe that Tony Parker was the best player of all time go on that corner of the room. Everybody believes that Luka is or will become the best player ever. will go on that side of the room. This side, Dirk Nowitzki, and this side, anybody else than those three. Okay? Make your choice. Dirk? I said, Luka, if he is, he will become the greatest player of all time from Europe. Right? So I have the Dirk corner, I have Luka's corner, I have Luka's corner is over there. Okay? Tony's is over there, and here's it. Okay. So, okay. Not so many about Dirk Nowitzki. Huge majority, I would say, for Luka. Okay, I see the passion. Well, I'm super disappointed because I thought I would convince you that Tony was in the consideration, but apparently not so many were convinced. And who are the players you believe? Dražen? Three of you? Nowitzki? Oh, so you go on that side. Okay. What do you think? Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Excellent. Vlade Divac? Vlade? Okay. Good. I like him. You know. Good. Thank you so much. So, you can go back to your seat. I just wanted to take the temperature. I don't feel so surprised that you picked. Yeah, of course. All right. I'll try to do some more convincing later on.
There's one more guy that should be up there, and it's Jokic.
Yes.
And that's, when it's all said and done, I mean, he might be the best ever.
Everybody has an opinion. 25, 30 people in the room, 30 coaches. 30 people having a different opinion. Okay, but there are common points between all of those players. Whoever you picked, Vlade, Jokic, whoever, Luka, Tony, Dirk, they all have points in common. What are those points? Besides the fact that they play in the NBA or played in the NBA, or what is the common point? And think about, again, we're talking about player pathway.
Talent.
Talent, yes.
Hard work.
Hard work. Yes. Road to success. Yes.
Infrastructure.
Yes. Okay, I'll help you a little bit. You're right. All of what you say is right.
And economy.
But something very simple, very basic. They all started to play basketball at some point. That sounds very obvious, but they started to play basketball. And some of you mentioned they played other sports, some of them. But at some point they all started to play basketball. And believe me, this is not happening for many players that could become them. Just because nothing is done towards that direction. That's the reason why we are going to talk about grassroots later on. The importance of making the game accessible to the young kids. But not only the young kids, the parents, those who will become basketball lovers and who put their kids in your clubs. So we'll talk about that. That's a point they have in common. Another point is that they have been recognized as talent. So at some point in their career, sometimes early, sometimes later, they have been recognized as a talent. So talent identification is something we're going to talk later this afternoon. And then they continue their development. We'll also talk about that from a club academic perspective, how we can influence the development of the players. And then their talent did the rest. They became superstars. That's the reason why we are taking them as an example today. I have 2 more slides before we go to lunch. So stay with me, okay? And don't be afraid about what I'm going to show you right now. That's not going to be as complicated as the big table that Pedro showed you about the finances. That's actually way simpler, and that's going to talk to you, I think. I want to show you the double pyramid concept, which is, to me, some sort of explanation of how sports function and how sports is organized in a player pathway perspective. So you see you have two pyramids. You have the green and the blue. The green represents all the amateur grassroots aspect of the sport. From the age of 5 to 12, that's my boy. You know, I have two sons. One of them is 6-year-old, and he just started to enjoy playing basketball in the club next door. He's here. He doesn't know, I don't know, whether he will go to that pyramid or maybe he will go to that one. But he's here. He plays and enjoys the game. Then you have the youth basketball. And at some point, you know whether you are going to be like me, not super talented player, but I will keep playing the sport and enjoy it, so I'll belong more to the green one. Or you see where you recognize a Luca, a Dirk, a Tony, whoever that needs to be pushed to be developed, and that's really where you go to the elite part of the graph, which is the blue pyramid. Okay? So in between the two pyramids, this is where the roads are going in different directions. And you know that. And for some of them, you know that later. For some of them, you know that earlier. Okay? Also depending on the positions. Again, the bigs, sometimes they need a little bit more time than the guards, and so on. And players' maturity or players' talent maturity is different. So this has an influence. So it cannot be said it is at the age of 14, 15, 16, 17. It cannot really be said that way. But usually around the age of 16, you already have an idea of the destiny of the player, right? And then you have the senior level. And again, the senior level is me playing basketball with my friends in the green pyramid. But if you are in your club, your players, your A team, they belong to the blue pyramid on the elite side. Okay? And very often, and tell me if I'm wrong, very often the clubs, they focus mostly or only on the elite senior side. And they tend to completely forget and ignore the rest of the blue pyramid and the green pyramid. But the green pyramids, they are the basketball lovers. The green pyramid, they are the ones buying your tickets. They are the ones buying your jerseys. They are the ones watching your games. They are the ones making their kids watching your games. They are the ones that will recognize your brand that we discussed during the previous workshop. And very often, they are left apart. We don't take care of them. We don't do anything for them. And that's a huge mistake, economically and also in terms of player pathway. Because if you don't take care of that part, which actually my pyramid should go until here, if you don't take care of that, there is no more Luka, there is no more Dirk, there is no more Tony, there is no more Jokic. There is no more players. Because if nobody takes care of them, if nobody is bringing them to the sports, and you as a club, you have the light on you so you can do something probably bigger than the local clubs, which you still need to work with. We'll see that later on. You need to do something about it. So think about this. Is your club proactively doing something to take care of the two sides, the two pyramids, or are you only focusing on one piece? And if you're focusing on one piece, what can you do to make those changes? Jeff?
So just to back this up, there is a piece of research that says if you play a game, you are more likely in your lifetime to buy a ticket, to buy merchandising, and to watch a game on TV. Therefore, the ultimate aim is if you do not have a big number in this 5 to 12, and they're going in other leisure facilities, that's less ticketing, less merchandising, less people watching your games, therefore the broadcaster may not be interested. So there is research that says if you're involved at a younger age on a game, that will have a positive effect on these areas later in their life.
Thank you, Jeff. That's very important. So, does this make sense to you? And how do you reflect on your own situation as a club, as a league? How do you think about this double pyramid, and do you think you're actively doing, everything that needs to be done to cover the entire picture, or do you think you're just partially covering one part of the picture? And if you do that, there is nothing wrong in saying it, but if you are doing that, what would you like to change, and why do you think this is important? Maybe a round of questions. So, reflect on your own situation. What do you think with your club you're doing? You're covering the two pyramids, or you're covering only a portion of it? And which one? Anybody wants to talk?
Po unë mendoj që klubi do me punu ma shumë tim me kategori 3, si thash me pas akademinë e basketbollit, dhe sepse për gjenerët e treja dhe për lehtor të rit shumë është me rëndësi seleksionimi. Seleksionimi do me thonë në shkolla prej do me thonë boshës që thani 5 vjet deri në 18 vjet, ku 18 vjet ha llogaritet si senior, ai do të mkoni pjekur dhe mkoni gati për seniora, por është me rëndësi do me thonë që siç keni thonë edhe ju, ndikon shumë edhe në shikueshmërinë, apo ashtu ndikon shumë edhe në të ardhurat të klubit. Edhe në të ardhurat të klubit, nëse shikojmë dy anë, do me thonë është që fiton edhe klubi, fiton edhe në fund përfaqësuese e Kosovës, edhe fund fiton edhe klubi financiarisht, do me thonë. Që kjo është do me thonë për mua shumë e rëndësishme.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? What I want to do right now is just to make sure that you understand this pyramid, because we are going to repeat that one later on when we focus on grassroots, on next generation this afternoon. So I will always refer to this pyramid, or my colleague also already will do. So I just want to make sure that this is a clear one for you. Is that correct? Yes?
Yes.
I don't hear it. Yes? Yes. Okay, good. Look, I think this is important in your strategy, your long-term strategy. You have this awareness. Okay? So I just would like to show you a video. It's a quite funny one. And this video is probably, you have seen that it's an old one. It's a video that a player was brought to the half courts. Okay? And everybody blinded him, so he has something in the eyes, and he had to shoot from half courts and make the basket. If he does, he wins $500,000. Okay? But what he doesn't know is that his friends organized everything for the public to cheer and say, yes, of course he's going to miss the basket, but everything is made up to make sure that he doesn't know it, and he shoots the basket and believes he made it. Okay, so let's watch the video, and then I finish the presentation right after that.
It's your shot. 4, 3, 2, 1, go! 3, 2, 1, go! 3, 2, 1, go!
the friend. That's the friend coming. And then he understands. And then he wants to hide. And then it's over. Okay, why I'm showing you this video. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. You know, don't be blinded by the short-term work you guys are doing. Be aware of all the rest you need to do to take care of the basketball family and to make sure you're doing your role to promote the sport as a club, at your level as a club, at your level as a league, and that you contribute to grow the game of basketball from the grassroots up to the senior level. So don't be that guy, don't be blinded, and do know your role as an organization. That's it for now. We go to break, enjoy the lunch, and this afternoon we deep dive into Grassroots, Next Generation, and Pro League. Okay? Enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
Ce ne credere, ce ne credere. Păi și doar prom pe pot. A, tot și doar prom, a?
Acum, man stiger en appelsin de misaffer.
Ah.
Så sen kom vi inte det. Ja, det tror vi inte på.
Tot, Vior, Edita, Vior, vendeam te uite ce stai și nevoiești pe cruci pe chestii, pe drept.
Måste man pitcha telefon så får bli töjd på honom.
Să nu e și o ce stau aici.
I left my phone over there and I said to the technician, don't bring it to me. I don't want to see that.
Okay, everyone? Welcome back.
This is very important, especially after lunch.
Welcome back from lunch. So again, just to get a little bit of energy in the room. So again, same thing, let's stand up and in the two partners, please. If you don't have one, please get one. What I would like you to do is to pretend you have a deck of cards, okay? So this is your deck of cards. You have from numbers 1 to 5, okay? And against your partner, you're going to go through the deck of cards at any order really quickly. And when you say the same number, you touch the side. So like this. Okay, ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 9, 3, 5, 2, 1. One the other way. Okay? And again, so real quickly, are we ready? So 2, 1, 3, 3, 3. Okay, you get it? Okay, again. Okay, try that. Try that. Okay, so at the deck of cards, only from 1 until 5. Move quickly. Say the same
numbers together. The same numbers together. So say the same numbers at the same time.
Not competitive.
You can go directly for this without. Don't stop me.
Just so we're clear, you say the same numbers. So you just say, so I go 1, 2, 5, 4, 1, 3 each time I turn. So when O'Reilly tells me and I say the same number, then you touch. So we'll do it one more time. Just watch. 2, 3, 2. Oh, one now. We say it at the same time.
If you don't like your partner, don't take this occasion to slap, okay?
Ah,
That's not
okay. Oh, there you go. Try that.
Never on
Try
the
that.
face, only on the shoulder.
all those couldn't demonstrate that's
Okay, well done. Thank you. You can take your seats. Well done. We will continue with the player halfway. O'Reilly, over to you.
I also want to remember that I have a few.
Okay, so this morning Florian talked about the player's pathway. So now we're going to continue to talk about the grassroots, in particular from my side. So why is grassroots important? You can see here in the pyramid, it's all the green side. So what is grassroots for you? What does it mean? What age? What kind? Yeah? Okay. What is grassroots for you? When we talk about grassroots, sometimes we think about like kids, like small, like children, but grassroots is about everybody. So it can be kids, but then it can go until the senior level. It can be veterans, it can be any kind of people. It's just the base of the basketball players, right? So we're going to see how we can develop the grassroots. Okay. So, what are the objectives of developing grassroots? What do you think? Why do you need to develop grassroots? Why is it important to have as many players? Any idea?
Okay, I will talk in English. Because with age, you will filter the youth team. For example, you have 20 players in under 14, then in under 16, 5 of them will go. They don't like anymore basketball or for any other reasons. They don't play anymore, and you have now 15 players. And if you go to under 18, then you will lose maybe 3 or 4 more players, and you will filter from the good one to the best ones in the team.
Yes, that's one principle, is to have as many people as possible right from the start, and then you can have more people going to the elite, but also to have more people playing basketball in general. So, the objectives of developing grassroots are to get more people to play, of course, as many people as possible, male, female, youth, senior. That's very important. But then the other objective also is to get more licenses. So the people, they play for pleasure, but then they can transit to clubs and get a license. So this is very important also for the clubs. And as general, it's a business imperative to have to develop the grassroots. Okay, we're gonna talk a bit more about this later about the business impact. So now, when you discover basketball, you have, of course, the first experience. So, why is the first experience very important when you play basketball for the first time?
Because this is the place when you decide you want to continue play or you don't like basketball.
That's it. Simple as that. Imagine now you go on a date with someone. You have a date, and then you go, and the date is not really good. And you're gonna see the person again. Sure? Not even a second chance. Okay. so that's radical. I mean, no way. No, but what I mean is that it's actually like this. I mean, if you have not a good first experience with basketball or anything, then you don't come back. You don't come back, you play once, if you didn't have any pleasure, you don't come back. So this is very important to make it playful for the players to have the first good experience. So where can be the first good experience? Where can it take place? When can you discover basketball? Where? Where, when, how?
But like, you can discover it everywhere. You either see people playing on the neighborhood, on TV, on social media and stuff.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Great. Great answer. Anybody else? So, that's exactly this. So, the first time you can discover basketball can be on a basketball game on TV. So, you watch TV, you want to see more games, it's really entertaining, you want to see more. Or you go to an arena, or you see in the neighborhood, wherever, you like it, you want to see more. So, this is also important to have good games and to go to an arena to discover more basketball. And then, if you have pleasure watching the game, you come back. Or you play yourself. The other thing that can be a first experience is to collect basketball cards. I don't know if you have a lot of things like this. You know, collection of cards? No?
We had it for football.
Yeah?
It was common to collect football cards.
Yes.
When we were kids.
Maybe with no basketball, you don't have for players. Sometimes it's how you discover in some countries. They just exchange their collections, trade between cards, and that's how you discover basketball. But the most important is to bounce the ball. Is to have fun when you play basketball for the first time, right? So this is really the key to have a first good experience in basketball. So what are the rules now? What are the 3 rules to have a first perfect basketball experience? What is the rule? How to make sure that the people will like it?
I think the first and the main one is to enjoy it.
Yes. Right answer. Make it fun. If it's not fun, the people are not going to come back. And you have so much conference now, so much competition between sports. They can choose whatever they want. They can switch to football, whatever. So you have to make a difference. And you have to make it really, really fun. Otherwise, they switch to something else. What is the second rule?
When you play a sport, especially basketball, you get to socialize with other people, so you make friends talking about kids and stuff.
Yeah. But it's still making fun. But it's the right answer because you socialize with people and then you make fun. Okay? So what is the third rule now? No. But you also have fun when you learn. mean, the people, they are very happy when they learn something. They come back home and they say, oh, I learned something, I'm very proud of it. They can share it with the other people. But it's, yeah, it's fun and socializing with people. It's making friends, making connections. That's it. So, now we're going to go to the principles of the grassroots. So what are the principles of grassroots basketball? What do you need to do to make a grassroots, to develop grassroots? What can you do? What is necessary, for example? Can you play like this, the same playground, everything?
Po mendoj që spari, që ishin dy pikat e rëndë ditës, është përmes lojrave të ndryshme të cilat I bojnë përmundit mirë fëmijëve, mi u fut në gjak në dashni basketbollit në këtë rast, disciplinën që duhet për të ushtru në farë forme me qenë I përgatitun para se mu fut në trening psikikisht për ato se çka po me prit gjatë stërvitjes. Dhe mendoj që krejt në fund është bashkëpunimi trekanç prind, trener, fëmijë, me cilën e nxisin maksimalisht dashurinë ndaj basketbollit dhe profesionalizmin, për arritjen e profesionalizmit në të artë.
Yeah, great. It's to adapt. Yeah, you're right. So that's the first point. It's to adapt the game, to have lower rings, lighter balls, but you have rules. So you need to have discipline, of course, but you can adapt the rules so that they play as much as possible. So you have the 3x3 format, for example, and the key is that they play as much as possible with adapted balls and smaller playgrounds. The other thing is to share values also. Is to share good values. Like the example of judo is the school of life. It's that the parents also, they want to have the children evolving in a safe environment, right? So they can choose other sports, but if you see that the league or the club, they have very good values, that will motivate also the parents to have the children taking a license in a club or doing basketball. So this is also very important to, as clubs or a league, to share the values and to create like good values that everybody wants to embed, okay? And then you have programs that exist to develop grassroots. You have basketball for good, to promote also the healthy lifestyle and for the children to have a healthy life and to have less criminality also. So it's this kind of programs, and you have also a world of rules to know it, to develop also women basketball for the youth girls. So this is things that exist, also programs that exist to develop grassroots basketball. Now, what are the needs to develop basketball at the grassroots level? So what do you need? That's a good start. You need players. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So you have the answers. You have to have facilities and equipment. So the ball is part of it. So you need to have access to facilities. You need to have access to the schools, to have to go to gyms, and to have a safe and comfortable environment where they can play basketball in a safe way. So this is one. So it's very important, and I know that this can be complicated to have those facilities. This is the key also. What else? What do you need to develop grassroots? Did you see my slides? Because you got all the right answers. Okay. So the coaches are the key. Coaches are the key to motivate grassroots. If you have not good coaches or educators or teachers, you're not going to motivate the people. They will stop. They will not continue. Even if they like the game, at one point they will say, no, I'm out of it. So you have to recruit the coaches. you have to register them so that you can follow also the database. You can see how many coaches you have, at what level, how you make them evolve, etc. You have to train the instructors. So then the instructors, they can train also the coaches and everything. So, I mean, it's a process. But it's really important so that everybody keeps the competency and the motivation for the basketball. And then you need to have courses and clinics. It's ongoing education so that they keep motivated and they keep coaching and have pleasure in it. And if the coaches are motivated, the players will be motivated and will continue. And then you have to retain them, of course. So you have to motivate them, you have to follow them, to create a network between them so that they keep coaching. So there are other needs. What do you need? Oh, good student. No other ID? So you need the ball, but what do you need to play? Thank you. So you need to recruit the players. So you need to make some promotion, like open doors or whatever. So to promote the people and come and play. Of course, you have to make funny activities because otherwise they will be bored and they will not come back. And as we said before, safeguarding is really important because the parents, they want to have the children, and the children themselves, all the people who play basketball, they want to play in a safe environment. They don't want to be afraid when they go to play somewhere. So it's really important to have these three things to recruit some players. And then the last one is to use local ambassadors. So people who are players or former players that can help motivate the people and act as role models, right? So you motivate them, you see, oh, this is the example I want to follow. So you bring them somewhere and then the children say, oh, I want to become like him or like her. And this is also the key, but you have to train them. It's not because you are a good player that you're going to motivate the people. So you have to train them, explain them how it works, you have to brief them so that they can share their experience and be very positive with the players. That was the needs. And then there is something missing. What's missing? That is not on the slide. What is important for the play, for the game? Yeah, this comes later, the competitions. Here it's more like, having pleasure to play basketball. Before? Yeah, you need spectators. Referees! No, but yeah, of course I have to talk about this because I was a referee myself. No, but you need also you can have some referees. Yeah, you need no. But even if you can have players just try to officiate or whatever. So you put referees and you can have referee schools and clubs also. Just they officiate a bit the friendly games or whatever. But this is sometimes you forget that we also need the referees also to develop the game. If you don't have good referees, sometimes it's complicated for the game. You won't know that. So, what is the way to promote basketball in the community? What can you do? What kind of events can you have? Yes?
We're having an example right here. We have 3x3 events.
Yeah. Another possibility? Yes. Yeah.
Approaching public schools.
But this is the main entry point.
Exactly.
So this is vital, yeah.
Yeah.
You're totally right.
I've been mentioning this for a while now.
Yes, and yesterday. Yesterday too. Something else? Sure.
Po shumë vërtet që në shkolla do të më shku, po pjallë qes në ndërmen, se s'po fol Federata Basketbollit Kosovës, po flasën në amërtyneve, që Federata Basketbollit Kosovës e ka një bashkëpunim me Federatën e Sportit Shkollor dhe kam formu tani më ligat për shkolla me emrat ekipeve të NBA-s dhe një farforme po masivizohet bajegi shumë basketbolli, po shihet në qytetin tem ku ne jam, për që ka fillu kjo pjesë, janë 2 shkolla pjesëmarrëse për qytetit tem, numri i fëmijëve të asaj moshe është rrit brenda 2 orë ditë dikom për 15 deri 20 pjesëmarrës më shumë. Domthonë është të funksionalizu basketbolli, Federata Basketbollit Kosovës me shkollat është të mirë tash 2-3 muaj, po Elvira?
Ja, një vjet.
Okej. Faleminderit.
Ne si shkolla basketbollit kemi shpërnda fletushka në shkollat fillore dhe të ciklet e ojta nga klasa parë deri në 4-ën, edhe kemi vrejt që interesimi në zonësa ka qenë jashtëzakonisht shumë i madh, edhe kemi bëu një promovim basketbollit, do të thotë në komunën ku jetojmë, edhe interesimi në zonësa i aty në moshës ka qenë shumë i madh. Edhe kemi vrejt shumë rritje që kanë qenë prezent, kanë qenë të interesuar me marrë pjesë në shkollë basketbollit.
Sort of like 3-on-3 event, you can do an open camps and activities to get the kids or other adults to join the basketball.
Yeah, I can see there are many ideas and many things already implemented, and that's great. So, I mean, you said it, but also you have the basketball with the family event. So it's an idea that you can have the children and the parents playing together, and it makes a whole, family joyful day. Then you can invite a guest stars, a little bit different from the local ambassador, but just, like you have a star coming, everybody wants to see, and then it attracts more people. But you can do it at the same time too. A basketball forum is when you have like multi-sport activities. You have an open session with football, whatever, and then they can discover basketball also. And then, as you said, the in-school programs, because this is where you start playing basketball. And this is where the training of the teachers is really important then, because then they will motivate the people and they can identify also players. But then Florian will talk about talent, I think, afterwards. So this is the way that you can motivate and have more people coming and discovering basketball and continuing to play basketball, of course. And then it can also generate some income. From Grassroots you can get some funds. Some from the license fees, so it doesn't work everywhere. So in some places you pay for a license. Here apparently you don't pay for a license, it's the club that is paying, not the player. So this is a way that sometimes you can generate some income. You can have an investment from the public sector, so from the government. If the government sees that you are doing things for the children, for example, to reduce criminality, to have more healthy lifestyle, less obesity, whatever, they can also invest in the initiatives for grassroots basketball. And then from the private sector, they can invest. We talked this morning about sometimes investing and then you get you pay less taxes than after. This is also a way to attract and to convince the private companies to invest in basketball. But for this you need to have a database, a registration database of players, of coaches. You have to know how many you have and where you have them, because otherwise it's more complicated to count them, as you said. So this is really essential. And then the social return on investment. I mean, they invest something, but they only have something in return. So you need to have a database to really calculate if everything that they are, giving, they have it back then after. So, but this is a way to generate income, the grassroots. It's to develop the players, to have more players than after for it to evolve in the elite, but it's also to generate some income. And also, as you said, the fans, they will go then to see some games, they will consume basketball, they will watch basketball, There will be ticketing, merchandising. This is what Jeff was saying this morning. So this is really important also to develop the fans. And then the coffee. Thank you very much. I mean, if you have questions, I'm still here. But yeah, this was the Grassroots, and then Florian will talk more about the talent identification, then the next generation of players. But maybe you want to add something, Florian?
Yes, maybe I just wanted to go a little bit before we go to coffee break, because we are a little bit in advance in our schedule, but I just wanted to get a little bit of feedback in the room on this topic of Grassroots, because, you know, we could go endless number of slides, we could go endless number of examples, but I would like to hear a little bit from you how you think you would intend to implement Grassroots program at your club level or even at the league level, how you think you should standardize some activities eventually or not. I just would like to hear from you. You have received a few examples, points, and so on from Aurélie, but now what is the next step for you in Grassroots? What are the 2 or 3 things you say, okay, I'm going to try doing that tomorrow? Anybody wants to raise their hand and share the next steps? Okay, I give $500 to the one who raised the hand the first.
Give me the money first.
Good. Smart.
I like it.
All right, so.
Për të fillu, do më thonë me masovizu dhe me fillu me basketbol, me josh fëmijët për me mirë me basketbol, patëm shumë shembuj aty që qysh duhet, sa duhet asje. Mirë po, të na e kemi një problem se të gjitha palestrat që i kemi janë komunës, menaxhojnë nga komuna, kështu që nuk janë provën e klubeve. Edhe nuk mundem atëherë kur ne dojna, ose kur fëmija kanë mundësi, me pas kushte për me servit. Kështu që duhet gjithmonë mi përshtat. Fëmija shkojnë shkollë paradite, bazdite, nuk e kemi një orar caktuar në fëmijëve. Edhe duhet mi përshtat mëngjes herët, mbrëmje vonë, në mënyrë që mi pas shumicën prej fëmijëve në servitje. Kështu që na në të ardhmen duhet me mendu që spari, secili klub, në mundësit të veta, me bërë ka një palestër nëse jo të madhe për me zhvillu aktivitete të ligës ose ndërkombëtare, po sa dhe pak me pas një palestër në cilën mundet me shfrytzu 24 orë për punë me fëmijë ose me gjerata të reja. Kjo është një prej qëllimeve, po menoj një prej ideve, cilat nesër mas nesër ne duhet me tentu me zhvillu.
Thank you so much. And just one thing just to rebound on what you just said. You know, you're absolutely right. Access to facilities is a nightmare. And in every country and for different reasons. Sometimes quality, sometimes lack of facilities, sometimes they're overloaded with all the sports trying to take advantage of it. But this is where you can just not say, this is the case and we cannot do anything about it. You can try to force the doors, and one way to force the door is to build partnerships. So maybe you should have a strategy on how you approach the director of the school. You know, maybe you know that person, or maybe you know someone who knows that person. So you try to establish connection, and eventually leading to MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding, or partnerships with those schools so they can give a preference to basketball, to then open their gym when the school is off for your benefit. That's one way. You know, it's not a guarantee that you will succeed, but at least what you can try is to build partnership and network that will give some sort of advantage to basketball when it comes to access the facilities. Then if a school wants to give you facility, as Aurélie was highlighting, sometimes you just want something in return. So the way to return something to the school might be, okay, you give us access to facility, but we participate in the maintenance costs. Or we upgrade the equipment, as Aurélie was mentioning. So the school is saying, okay, you know, not only I give access to basketball because I just like basketball, but actually they contribute to renovate or maintain the equipment in my school. So I benefit from giving them something, you know. So that could be something you can think of or think about how you could tackle this in many different ways. I'm just giving you an example. But that's maybe my nature, but I will never accept this is what it is and we cannot do anything. We have to fight to get our part of the stake. And if that is building partnership, if that is finding innovative solutions, I think that's the way to go, unfortunately, in a very competitive environment with other sports and you know, not so easy environment where facilities are not so flourishing everywhere. So you need to find a way to make your own space.
Për shembull, shkollat tona punojnë prej mëngjesit orës 7, punojnë deri në ora 6 mbrëmje. Masanej kur mbyllen domethënë nxënësa që shkojnë në shkollë, atëherë mundet më shfrytëzu, mirë po maksimalisht ndoshta 1 orë ose 2 orë, jo më vonë. Edhe në atë interval shkurt kohor, na mundën vetëm me improvizu, me pas se nëse e marrëm ka interesim shumë të madh fëmijëve, mundën me konte 50, 60, dikun edhe ndoshta edhe më tepër. Në të njëjtën kohë, në atë interval shkurt, me 60 fëmijë është problem me punu edhe me pas sukses, me pas punë kvalitative. Kështu që edhe kjo është një prej probleme. Edhe këtë solucion na e kemi përdor, mirë po shumë pak ka pas rezultat për shkak se nuk ka kohë të mjaftueshme për me punu me këto fëmijë.
Yeah, thank you again for sharing your experience. I mean, this is valuable, and maybe some of you are facing exactly the same issue, I'm sure. It's just that, you know, maybe there is a way to negotiate the gym to be open after 6. Maybe there is a way, if not, that is not possible, that you give priority to those slots, time slots, to mini basketball activities where they don't need that much structure in the training, you know, where you need 2 hours to really go through drills and all that. You know, just 1 hour is enough for those kids. I understand it's, again, as you rightly said, it is the most complicated topic, accessing facilities, especially when you don't control the whole chain of it. But, you know, maybe individually, you can find individual solutions in your environment to overcome those difficulties. Not easy. I'm not saying this is easy. I'm not saying, you know, tomorrow it will be done. But, you know, you have no choice. If you want to increase participation, you have to increase access to facilities. Otherwise, you do basketball on the street without hoops.
But also you can do it during the holidays. Because during the holidays there is time, you can negotiate to have during the holidays, to have holiday camps, to develop them during the holidays. So that's also something that can be done. Yeah. So that, yeah. I know it's not easy, but...
Let me also, you know, just to reflect on some of the slides that Aurélie presented. Let me give you some of my personal experiences. When I was a kid, in my school, they brought, does everybody knows Yannick Noah? He's a tennis player, okay? You know him. So he came to my school. Everybody, you know, crowded, all the kids, you know, even me, I got interested in that guy, which I didn't know before. I didn't know Yannick Noah really before that, because I was a small kid and so on. But it was an event. It was such an event in the school. Everybody was next to him, you know, and I even immediately went to get an autograph for him. And, you know, All the kids wanted to play tennis after that. All of them. Irrational. All of them. So that is, let's say, an illustration of the guest star event that Aurélie was mentioning before. I give you another example. 1 month ago, 2 months, whatever, we got to my club next door, which is a very local club, you know. My son played in this type of family events where I went and I played with him against other kids and so on. It's all about participation. They finish all of that with a small meal with everyone. Everybody we're next to Switzerland, so everybody likes fondue, so everybody had a fondue. Everybody had great time. We spent like 2 hours all together. They expected 100 people to come, parents and kids. 350 came. Just because they wanted to be together. They had opportunity through basketball to activate the community and just to be together. With no big promotion, but just activating, WhatsApp messages. Oh, you're going to this event, I'm going to, and so on. 350 people, 100 expected. If you combine that with a guest star, they reach 500, for sure. And all of this is for the benefit of promoting basketball in a safe, funny, family environment that you want to go back to, referring to the motto Aurélie was referring, make it fun. All of this is fun for kids and parents. So those are just 2 examples that could be, ideas for you to implement. There are so many ways, only you know better your community and the best way to reach them and to activate.
Yeah, because you have also the basketball itself, but the players from some clubs, famous ones, they can go to schools and participate in some courses inside the schools, and like with math class or something, just to participate with the students and just exchange with them, and then the kids will say, wow, and they want to go to see a game. Even they didn't see basketball, but they saw the players or something, and there is a connection with the schools also like this, and they want to see, they will see a game, and then maybe they will come back and they will play. So there are multiple ways to do it, and as you said, you know better your communities, and you can have so many ideas and initiatives to implement.
Zorian. Unë po flas shqip. E përmendi edhe Izeti përfaqësuesi Trepçis më herët projektin e përbashkët që ka Federata e Basketbollit Kosovës me Federatën e Sportit Shkollor. Kjo ka të bëjë me ligat e sportit shkollor, të cilat për herë të parë pas 20 viteve janë aktivizuar. Pra ky bashkëpunim, në cilin janë përfshirë edhe vajzat edhe djemt të shkollave fillore. Dhe viti parë ka qenë si pilot projekte dhe është tregu shumë i suksesshëm. Pra këtu i kemi përfshi, ka qenë bashkëpunimi me shkolla. Pas kësaj, e kemi në bashkëpunim prapë me Federatën e Sportit Shkollor, jemi duke bërë projektin e Junior NBA Kosovës, ku sërish i kemi përfshi shkollat fillore, vajzat edhe djemt deri në 13 dhe 14 vjeç në nivel të Kosovës, pra nga të gjitha qytetet e Kosovës, në gjitha regionet e Kosovës. Përveç kësaj, Federata e Basketbollit Kosovës në nivel të Grassroots, pra të sportit bazë, ka punuar edhe me projektin e Her World Her Rules, ku jemi mundu me përfshi me rrit numrin e vajzave të reja që merren me basketball. Ka pas raste kur numri është rritur deri në 250, pra para 2 viteve kur e kemi fillu këtë projekt, tash është viti i tretë, kanë qenë dykon 200 vajza që janë marrë me basketball, ndërsa tash numri është 435 ose 36 nëse nuk gaboj. Pra është rritur dukshëm numri vajzave të reja që e praktikojnë basketbollin. Po tash po dojmë shku në nivel pak ma lartë, edhe duhet dijeni të dashme marrë përvojën e Federatës Basketbollit Slovenisë, edhe në bashkëpunim me ish basketbollistën legjend para të gjeneratës së arshëm si Stubla, e cila vjen me një përvojë nga Slovenia, në bashkëpunim me të dhe me drejtorin teknik, po njëkohësisht edhe me klubet kemi fillu me projektin Her World Her Rules, me tash me lënë në përgjegjësi të klubeve. Pra ne do të marrim topat, pajisjet dhe të gjitha gjërat që i kemi. Nuk do të organizojmë Federata e Basketbollit, po do t'ja lënë përgjegjësi klubeve, po normalisht që klubet kanë me bënë një gjatë të tillë me Federatën e Basketbollit Kosovës, por dëshira jonë është që klubet me marrë përgjegjësi dhe klubet me zhvillu vetë këtë projekt. Pra jemi të kalu me një fazë tjetër, sepse kemi pa që klubet janë të përgjithshme dhe të gatshme me marrë këtë përgjegjësi. Në anën tjetër është edhe projekti FIBA Youth Development Fund, të cilin e organizojmë në bashkëpunim me klube ku në regione të ndryshme organizojmë kampe seleksionuese dhe në fund i grumbullojmë 15 deri në 18 basketbollistë dhe basketbolliste të cilët më pas bëhen pjesë e këtij projekti dhe në fund përzgjidhen për të marrë pjesë në si pjesë e Kosova U14 që merr pjesë në bashkëpunim me Federatën e Basketbollit Turqisë, Rumanisë, Maqedonisë së Veriut edhe Kosova edhe Bullgaria, i thash 5 janë po. Momentalisht janë në Sofje, vajzat edhe janë 14-15 vjeç, pra gjitha këto projekte, faza seleksionuese, gjithçka fillon pra në nivelin ose të shkollave fillore, pra sportit bazë, ose në nivel të klubeve për të arritur edhe deri te sporti elitar. Po ashtu edhe siç e përmendën më herët edhe parafolësit, pra duhet me ditë një sen se për me arrit mu bo basketbollist elitar, normalisht duhet me kalu prej sportit bazë, kemi fillu që aty, kështu që një tjetër informatë që përdu me nda me klube është që Federata Basketbollit Kosovës së bashku me Ministrinë e Sportit, po edhe me qeverinë në nivel qeveritar është duke hartu një projekt për 3x3, pra duam të rrisim numrin e basketbollistëve dhe basketbollisteve në nivel të shkollave prej këtij viti, pra prej vitit 2022 deri në vitin 2026 të arrim dikun 10.000 basketbollistë dhe basketbolliste në të gjitha qytetet e Kosovës të kemi në vitin 2026. Pra kjo ndoshta nuk është direkt e lidhur me klube, po indirekt normalisht që klubet kanë me përfitu edhe kanë me pas këta basketbollista 3x3 me siguri kanë me shku, kanë mu kyç edhe në për klube. Yes.
And if I just wanted to add that what is important for you to know, and this is why Elvira is explaining the whole big picture, is because the large part of the reserves of FIBA Europe are invested in the programs called, one is Youth Development Fund, and the other one is Her World, Her Rules, as well as other programs such as we support through Mini Basketball Convention, the development and other activities related to mini basketball, and Federation is working on that as well through the technical director, building festivals and working with the schools, and also, of course, developing, if you like, technicians, specialists that can actually work with the clubs to actually deliver these programs. 3x3 is a perfect example as well. So it's a lot going on, and this is how you can grow, basically working Federation, you also at local level, municipalities, Ministry of Sport, of upgrading facilities, etc. But just finally, it's what is important with what you mentioned. When the interest grows and basketball is popular and people demand that and parents demand that, then the municipalities will have to accommodate you. So it's like you know, if you grow and if during the summer months kids are active and want to play, they'll find a way. And of course together with the Federation and together through our programs that will continue to invest in this. Thank you.
Nëse dikush ka ndonjë pyetje për projektet që i bëjmë bashkëpunim me FIBA-n, me Junior NBA Kosova, me Ministrinë, unë për këtë arsye jam këtu, kështu që mundi me u qas me mua dhe mundi m'ja u shpjegu këtë detaje. Na po mundohemi maksimalisht që nëpërmjet website-it Federatës edhe social media të Federatës për me jap informata, po ndoshta nuk mrini krejt me i lezu se po ka shumë aktivitete në baza ditore dhe javore, kështu që unë për këtë arsye jam këtu edhe jam e hapur për m'ju njoftu për çka do që keni nevojë me marr informata. E përmendni edhe më herët, Mini Basketball Convention edhe kursi Mini Basketbollit është diçka e re për neve. Do ta dërgojmë një person atje që ka me kry kursin për mini basketball edhe ky person ka me qenë përgjegjës për mi trajnu trajnerat e tjerë të mini basketbollit, kanë me qenë pra të profilizuar trajnerat të mini basketbollit, nuk do me thonë që domosdoshmërisht ata me qenë trajnera ose ish basketbolista mund me qenë edhe prind, po ideja është që nëpërmjet tyre me rritë edhe komunitetin e mini basketbollit për çka na kena shumë nevojë. Kur tha mini basketbollit e kam fjalën për fëmijët 6 deri në 10 vjeç, duke i përfshi edhe vajzat edhe djemt. Për neve ky lajm u kosh shumë i gëzueshëm, pra ky kursi mini basketbollit edhe konveta mini basketbollit se po vjen me një kohë kur na jemi në hap me strategjinë për pikërisht për me zhvillu projektin e mini basketbollit. Kjo po na vjen bashkëpunim me FIBA-n, që është për neve edhe shumë më mirë edhe shumë më e mirëseardhur.
Thank you. Thank you, and yes. Just one thing I wanted to continue or rebound on what Radmila is saying from the FIBA Europe reserves. That's just one source of potential income. As it was highlighted, you have potential income generation opportunities through grassroots basketball. Because tomorrow, and I don't want to sound too negative, but less and less public authorities will be willing to give you money and close the eyes and pray that this is going to be done wisely. More and more the tendency will be, I'm giving you some public money, but I wanted something in return. And it's up to you to show me how the return on investment will be. So you need to be prepared for that. And if you don't have the capacity to show them the value of basketball in the community, how much basketball prevents criminality, how much basketball contributes to the local economy, because you have volunteers, because they buy jerseys, because eventually you employ people and so on. If you're not able to show that to the public authorities, they will less and less be willing to give you some money. It might not happen from one day to another, but that's a tendency we see more and more in the world. So just be aware of that, you know, if you want to make this sustainable and find good money to implement those programs, you know, you need to find a way to maximize the opportunity of generating income through those programs, which will, maybe you will break even, that's the goal, but you will still have some basketball programs going on. The other tendency we see in the world is more and more companies are willing to engage into CSR. Because sponsorship is great, but you know, sometimes they are not just looking for exposure. They want to build their image. They want to have a positive image because they believe that if they are able to build this positive image, they will be able to sell you better their product. So sometimes it's no longer just a conversation about sponsorship, but it's also about a conversation about CSR activities. So you have a common interest between the brands, and you as a basketball club or league or federation, you have an interest in growing the mass participation. But they have an interest in having access to your public so they can better build their image and promote their brand later on. So I think this is something, those are food for thoughts. We cannot give you any recipe because every community functions differently, and obviously you know your community better. But think about that and try to maybe put some first steps towards that goal, because I believe, first of all, this is in line with the strategy of the Federation, which I believe is essential. It is a business imperative, as Aurélie was mentioning. And if you don't do that, everything will fall apart at some point. You need to have the bottom of your pyramid strong, so you have more chances to actually build a pathway for players and discover talents and be competitive and keep the light on basketball. Sorry, I've been long.
No, I just wanted to say, because you said, you can be helped to develop in a financial way, but also on a technical way. You have, I don't know if you know, for the beginners, you have start coaching courses and manuals that you can find on the internet that was elaborated by FIBA. So it can help also to have tools to coach beginners and how to do it in a fun activities. So this is something that can be useful too. You can find it on the website, and you have guidelines, handbooks, example of exercises. So this is something that can be helpful also when you want to develop Grassroots.
Any questions before we go to a well-deserved coffee break? No? I also want a coffee break, so let's go. 2:20 in 10 minutes? So then the plan is to finish earlier.
I mean, this is just unbelievable the way you play. I love the play. Uncle, yeah. He doesn't get enough credit for what he does on the court, even though he won the MVP of the last finals. But other than that, he doesn't get the level of promotion that other players get with less impact on the team. I fully agree with you. But for me, among all those players, I believe Luka would be the greatest player of all if he doesn't get injured and if he takes care a little bit of his body, because come on, you have to take care of your body because he's only 23. You know. But if he takes care of his body and if he keeps doing like he does, he's getting it. If he keeps doing no injuries and take care of his body, no fat and so on, for me, he has the opportunity to become the greatest player of all time from Europe. You can never predict. Like the videos, you cannot predict the outcome. You cannot predict he's going to score this way. And you cannot predict those players that will be coming out. Okay. All right. Are we okay? All right. Everybody's in the room, or we are still waiting a couple of more people? I think we can start. Okay, so I will ask everybody to stand up. We'll do another exercise. Okay? That was a joke. No, we are not going to do that. Please. No. You had two already. You had two. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I was already seeing the faces. Oh, come on, another time, you know. Stop this. Okay, we stop this. Okay, good. So, it's time for me to talk about the next generation and about the Pro League. And I don't have many slides to present. I have only 2 or 3, something like that. But what I want is really to have a discussion with you guys. And at some point, we'll organize a little debate. Okay? Because again, I'm not here to give you a recipe of how to produce players. Only you will be able to determine at the club level, at the league level, at the federation level, how you are going to create those pathways to the players. Okay? But there are options. And I would like to present you briefly some options. Not all the options, because it's impossible to have an exhaustive list of all the options, but at least to discuss a few with you and a few other topics, and then we collectively have a discussion. So I would like really to encourage you to engage with me and to have this kind of discussion. You know, don't be afraid of asking or making points or comments. I really like when you have this level of interaction. Okay? So, sorry, before I move to the next slide, you remember this pyramid. I promised I would refer back to it. So, what Aurélie was mentioning before the coffee break is all about the green pyramid, and again, until here. So, you see it's like the vast majority of the area we have here. But we are here talking also about player pathway to produce quality players. So once we have managed to keep people, or to start to have some kids playing the game of basketball, or even to convince parents that basketball is great, and eventually we expect that once they have kids, they will put them in basketball. But once we have that, we have to then hope that we are going to have some talents to be discovered to then feed your blue pyramid here. And obviously, the wider those pyramids are, the more chances you will have to find talents. So that's why, you know, the grassroots part, and I don't want to come back to this, but the grassroots part is so important. Not just to
increase your fan base, not just to have, to secure some money, not just to have, you know, a nice, good participation and smiles on the face of the kids and parents, but it's also because it is your chance to find talents and to eventually feed your league at the top of the pyramid. And eventually, if you go further, the national team or teams, because this is true for men, this is true for women. So, you know, please keep in mind that whatever I'm talking here is not about men, it's about men and women. Okay, so it works, you know, for both genders, obviously. So, the next generation. The first thing we need to do when you have a pool of players, what do we need to do? We have a pool of players, they're all playing basketball, they're all playing some sort of competitions, but what you are looking for, what do you do to build that next generation? What's the first step?
Search for talented players.
Search for talented players. Jeff is not here, but otherwise I would quote him, top of the class. He would say that. You're right, talent identification, in other words. Okay? So, I'm not going to teach you how to do talent identification. First of all, it is a more technical topic, which we will need to bring experts in this area, which I'm not. You know, I'm not a technician as such, so, you know, I'm not here to talk about this, but I'm here to talk more about the importance of having scouting activities and how you as a club, you can implement scouting activities at your level. And obviously, the Federation has some role to play by having some scouts ready to see, observe the players and so on. But there are some activities that you can do that will facilitate that work. Obviously, you play competitions, but you can also organize detection camps. I went through myself when I was young and I was dreaming to be the next Michael Jordan or the next Luka at the time. You know, I went through some detection camps. So they measure, you know, your physical abilities, they see your basketball skills and so on. So these needs to be organized at the national level, but also at the local level. Why? Because a club needs to build also network. Your club is in the spotlight because you play in the first division. But I'm sure there are around you some other local clubs which do not have a top A team. They are more grassroots, but you know, you need to connect with those clubs or with those entities because they have kids, they play. And if you're able to connect and establish a network with them, then you will be able to access those kids, see those kids, and recognize eventually good talents. So detection camp is important. Season games watching is important, but start from the local scale. See around you what you can do to establish those networks, so then you can identify more easily the talents and not just hope that one day someone will just register and become a member of your club. Once you establish this pyramid, you know, you don't hope that. You try to make it happen, and once you recognize talents, you try to bring them in your club structure. And the relationship you have with local clubs is super important because, you know, you do not want to be seen as the club that steals talents, but you want to be seen as a partner that is actually playing a role in nurturing the players. So the trust and the relationship you have with those entities or those clubs is very important. And obviously season games is one way, detection camps that you can do during the summer or school breaks and so on is another way of doing that. I talk about the network, the local clubs, but should I say the local coaches? Because they are the ones dealing with the players on a day-to-day basis. So the more you establish this network of coaches around you, the more, and not only coaches from your club, but coaches from other local clubs, they will tell you, hey, this kid is worth
checking. And then you will send someone to actually check the player or invite the player to your detection camps. So you have to have eyes and ears everywhere to be able to recognize talents. It's not going to happen by coincidence. It has to be done with the local network, and then things will happen with the time. So, okay, I guess all of that, but I just wanted to repeat that because sometimes we just have the tendency to forget the importance of building those networks around the club. Then, once we have identified talent development, and then here I would like to focus on 3 key points, and I'm sure this will generate some discussions. The first point I want to mention are the basketball academies. And when I say basketball academies, let me clarify, because everybody has a different definition of what an academy is. Some people call academies, all those little grassroots stuff that you do, and they call it academies, and that's their definition. That's not what I mean. By academies, I mean, elite-oriented academies. That means you bring here talents that have been recognized as potentials, and you want to put them in special academies, special places, to make them develop their game. And here you have options. And I will talk from my experience working with clubs when I was part of a league, and we had options on the table, and many people agree or disagree on some of the options. So let me list a few ones. When I was working at the league, some clubs had this mandatory that to be part of the first division, you must have an academy. It's a must. Okay? So everybody had to have an academy. That's one way of doing it. Everybody's equal. Everybody must put effort in building academies, and then you grow the game. There are some advantages and disadvantages with this model. But one academy per top league club. The other option was to mutualize those academies, because some of them, they have this part of their DNA. They voluntarily position their club as a club that promotes and pushes talents to grow. And some clubs, they didn't want to play that role or to play the game in that sense. So one way that was discussed at the time, and I'm not going to give you the outcome of it, but one way was to say, why don't we have mutualized center of performance, and if your club is joining your club and your club, the 3 of you, you create only one center, all of you contribute, and then by putting efforts together, then you have more chances to produce good talents because you will provide more infrastructure, you will take advantage of the best infrastructure that one club has and the best coaches that the other club has, and so on and so forth. Disadvantages and advantages at the same time. Who the players belong to, what about the legal situation, which contract, and so on and so forth. But it was on the table. Another one was not to really force the clubs to have so-called academies on their own. The model was, why don't we have mini national centers of performance established in different regions of the country? My view, probably less relevant in your case because of the size of Kosovo, but in bigger countries it could be relevant. So that was one option. So maybe also have a thought on this, even though I just said it might not be really relevant, but you never know, maybe you see values in that. And then you have the National Academy, which you have here. Not every country has one. And sometimes you can mix models. Sometimes you have a national center, but you still want to push to have clubs having academies. So you need to decide on the best way to do it with pros and cons. If everybody as a club needs to have an academy from A to Z, this has cost implication. But this also has income generation opportunities, because some of the clubs that I know, they generated money from actually municipalities, because if you have this center in place, you receive money. If you don't receive money. You also need to create a model of based on fairness. So if someone is doing it and if someone doesn't, then how this club that is doing it, how I can reward the club. We were talking about club licensing yesterday. Could be part of the criteria. What is the quality of your basketball academy? Do you produce players? How many of those players turn to become professional? And you can give credit points. I know a model in rugby. Does everybody is familiar with rugby? Yes? You look rugby? Okay. I've seen in rugby the system where they get points based on the performance of their academies. So if you produce players, you get points. And there are criteria how you consider that you produce players. So not only the players going to the academy, but how many are actually making it to the second division? How many of them are making it to the first division? How many of them are actually joining the youth national team? How many of them are actually joining the senior national team at some point? So you had a reward system where everybody was playing by the rule. And if you don't do anything, that's all right. But you don't get points. And what those points was leading to? Money. Or specific support. Specific support being, we give you more equipment. We give you more access to coaching courses. We give you, maybe administrative support where we delegate someone to help you establish, I don't know, your social media activities, for instance. You can be innovative. You can imagine whatever you want to reward those who are putting a lot of effort producing players. But that was quite interesting to see that the mechanics, regardless of the sport, could be the same. And I just would like to force you to think about, as a collective team, despite the fact that you compete on the court, remember you want to play collectively off the court, how you guys decide that this model is better than this model, and how you create a model that is fair between all of you. That's a very important question in my view. We'll have a debate about that in a second. Once you have academies, that's fantastic. You have academies. Let's say you have decided that everybody must have an academy. The key for me is, where do they play? It's fantastic to have academies, but where do they play? Are they playing against relevant competition? And then here again you have options. One option is, remember Dirk Nowitzki, he played second division when he was younger. For 4 years, he developed there. Do you want to use your second division as a development league, or as a league that, provides enough playing time to those kids to actually develop themselves, have a big role in the team, and then to get them more prepared to access the first division? That's one option. Some of them played even third division, depending on the countries. But you have to find maybe your way. Another way is the youth national leagues. Do you want or not to have a youth national league? Once you have established your under-17 team, do you want this team to play amongst themselves? Pros and cons again. Pros, quite easy to organize. Cons, they play among themselves. I believe that basketball players will only progress if they play against better than them. And also, you want to play against tougher player, great defender. You want to play against a great defender right here. So it teaches you the tricks how to attack better, how to be a better player. You don't necessarily develop that when you play only amongst yourselves. So you need to find also ways to compensate if you wish to have this kind of model, to compensate that. Are you going to have players going to abroad? Are you going to have systems where players can transfer from one club to another? Because, even though he's developing quite well in this club,
you know the club doesn't have really the capacity, so how you recognize that this other club next door has better capacity to actually give chances to the talent to go. And how you create a system, a transfer system that makes sure that this is done in a fair way. That's also very important. Because remember, you don't want to keep the player for yourself. I discovered the talent is fantastic, but I'm going to block the talent just because I want to keep him or her for myself. No, maybe you want to play collectively and make sure the talent is developing elsewhere, but you want to have compensation, you want to be in a fair model. So I think this is important. And another option is those players, again, where do they play? Maybe not in a lower division, maybe not in youth league, maybe not abroad. Maybe they want to play, or they can play in your first division team, your A team. And how you make sure that this is done properly. How you make sure that if that's the case, the players are not only sparring partners. You know what sparring partners are, right? There are players that are just here to practice, but they never play. How you make sure that they have a certain responsibility in the team. How to make sure that they learn how they need to win. How to handle the pressure of winning. It's only by experiencing it with the team and by being part of it, not just a sparring partner, that you learn that. So, you know, we will distribute later some migration reports. And I strongly encourage you, that's a report that we produce every year at FIBA, where it's a scan of all the leagues, the best leagues around the world. And you will be amazed to see the playing time of the young players, for instance, and the regulations linked to young players in the first division. Just have a look. I don't want to detail that now, but we will distribute that, and just have a look how bad it is. When I see this report every year, I'm like, oh my God. It's full of Americans and those kids are not playing. This is hurting their development. So just have a look at that, and then we discuss. And finally, you have academies. You find a way to make them play in a relevant competition for their development. How you enforce that with the regulations. Because you cannot just wish that this is going to happen alone. And I just named here a couple of rules. The so-called no aggregation, talent aggregation rule. You don't want one club to have the monopoly on all the young players, talented players, and they all come to the same club. You don't want that, because you want them to play, to have equal opportunity, not equal opportunity, but to have opportunity to develop themselves. So obviously, if all the talents are aggregated in just one club, then they cannot have playing times and so on. So you want to have also a certain spread of the players. So you want to prevent a club to just aggregate all the players and then eventually reselling the players later on and getting the money. You don't want that. So the regulations would need to protect your system in a fair way again. The double license system. Also, if I play for the Youth National League team, I can still also play for the A team. You know. So you have to make sure your regulations allow that. So you can actually benefit from both. Playing with the A team, but still having some decent playing time or good playing time in the youth league eventually, if you decide. Could be also a system of not just double license within the same club. It could be a double license between two clubs. I've seen that once, where they put in place a system where two clubs, one in the first division and one in the second division, use the double license system where the player could play for both teams. It was very specific case. It was very specific regulations in place, but this was allowed for the benefit of the players. It is also here in Kosovo. So that's fantastic. And then I was already mentioning the transfers and compensation regulations, how you want to protect the fairness of the system. So before we move to the pro league aspect, what I would like to do with you now is just to do a quick scan of the room and see how much of what I just mentioned briefly, how much this resonates in your eyes and ears, and just to listen from you what you believe could be a good system for Kosovo. You have already something, you don't come from an empty page, obviously, but what I want to know from you is what you would think, what you would envision to be the next steps to upgrade your talent identification and to upgrade your talent development system as a club, as a league, as a country. So who wants to start? And I will not do the $500 again because I've lost that game.
Florian, I have a question to the people before that. Just
Maybe
a question.
just the microphone, Hamia, if you have.
I don't know where we have.
Dita.
I have one here.
Yeah, my question is more to the people. Basically, in that club, who is responsible for the talent identification first? Who actually deals with that? Is it the coach? Is it the GM? We're talking about the young talents. Who is responsible for it? Because we know we are dealing with senior clubs. So, you know, maybe this is important to know. Whose job is that? Whose role is that? Is it always the coach? Yeah. Or is it a scout?
No,
Or
it's
is
a
it
coach.
different people?
It's the coach.
Yeah.
It's not
It's not
basketball.
always.
So,
So it's a scouting coach, not the head coach. I mean, but there are many. That's why I'm asking: is it the head coach of the team, or is it a person nominated to scout and find talents? This is important.
Okej. Do thotë para se me dhoni mendim këtu, unë mendoj që do të thotë identifikimin e lojtarëve të bojnë de facto e bojnë një lloj scoutimi nga scoutët dhe përgjedhen apo rezultate finale aty që jep trajneri apo. Po pyetja meqense e mora fjalën, do thotë është një pyetje rreth talentëve. Edhe këtu e përgëzojmë edhe Federatën ku i jep hapësirë ka që sa vite i jep hapësirë gjeneratave të reja që kanë mundësinë e licencimit të dyfisht. Kjo është shumë ka ndihmuar edhe neve klubeve, do të thonë të kalitën edhe më tepër lojtare. Po pak ndoshta, është edhe një drejtim edhe për Federatën të na, që kur në momentin që po kalojnë për një rangi të aqymt apo klubeve të cilët janë një rang ma tull, detyrimisht ato lojtarët po duhet të regjistrohen si lojtar, edhe pse në licencë dyfisht, për në rastin konkret që kemi pasur lojtarët e tona, detyrimisht u dashme regjistru si lojtare bazike në Super League, edhe për me qenë si lojtare jonja, si dytësore. Do thonë licenca dyfisht më jodhonën lojtarëve tona në që tjetë prapë si lojtare jonë.
Yes, thank you. And it's a tough balance. I mean, I don't know if you want to react, Elvira, but for me it's a tough balance always to find, because the double license is great because it offers that type of opportunity, but then the workload of the players and the traveling, it depends on the distances also. You know, the workload of the player could become an issue sometimes, just because the player is running back and forth. And don't forget also that some of those, they are still teenagers, so there are also some school duties. Basketball is not the only thing they need to take care of. They also need to take care about their potential, their second career, after the career, or eventually, if this happens, if they get injured and they cannot actually have a career, they need to get also prepare the school side and to have some diplomas in place. So when you consider school, classes, and then training, practice, and playing with one team, with another team, with different coaches, with different systems, sometimes it can be too much. but sometimes it works. So it depends on your own environment. So I agree, and thank you for sharing the information. Anything else on any other reactions on the regulations, on where do they play on academies?
On your presentation, I will talk in English. On your presentation, you mentioned the rugby example where they were giving rewards to academies and schools that were producing talents. I think that is a good example that can also be used here. So maybe they can provide equipments or money or different trainings to schools that perform better on the competition of the younger generation.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, it depends on the capacity to have a collective system that rewards. So it depends on the money, it depends on what you can provide to the best students in the class. But it is a system that works very well. And, you know, in this case, also to be very efficient, my advice is to be very careful at the criteria, how you reward. It's not just about putting a system that rewards, but where do you get the more rewards? Is this about the numbers? Is this about the quality? Is this about both? And how you balance all of that? It's tough sometimes to do, but it's something that collectively, if you decide to go in that direction, you will need to discuss at some point. And that could be part of the club licensing again, that was discussed yesterday with Pedro on the sporting pillar, how this can be rewarded and how you can get some advantages in performing well in this area. All right? Anything else before I move to the Pro League? Anything to say? You want to? I see you. You're debating. Okay.
He's asking me if I get the 500.
Okay. And he's trying to negotiate to get a portion of it. Okay. Okay. I see. All right. Okay. Just to continue on that pyramid again, and now talking about more the Pro League, and that's one of my last slides, so stay with me. I think at the end of the day, one key question you need to ask yourself collectively is what kind of identity we want to have for our league. You know, and what kind of strategy we attach to building this identity. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples. But the question is, do you want to position it as a development league, which has also pros and cons, talent development, or you want to position yourself as a high performance, very elite league, where players will come here because of the competition and because of the high level of basketball and so on. And I think this is a fair question to ask, because there are some that have made consciously, I will succeed in saying the word, to become a development league. And, you know, I don't want to make their promotion because I'm not really a big fan of their system, to be honest with you, but the G League is one of them. G League is development league. And they try to build a product to attract the talents before they go to the NBA. And you see players from all over the world joining those teams to try to expose themselves and try to continue their development. Some of the players are even skipping NCAA to go in Ignite teams and so on. You know, Jalen Green is one of the examples in the US, for instance. But they made a conscious decision that this is how we are going to market our league, and we create a business around it. Okay, that's something that is a little bit unique because it's an American system, and as I said, I'm not necessarily a big fan of it. But, you know, think about other leagues in Europe. You know, do they all position themselves as a premium product, premium league, or they try to play a role in the bigger system and saying, okay, we'll never have the budget or the capacity to actually, for now, bring the best talents in our league.
So we are going to establish our league more in a system where we produce talents, and our league is opportunity for players to actually continue their development. And this has an impact, huge impact, on the regulations, on the way you promote, on the way you build your marketing, on many, many aspects. But I'm just curious to know later, we'll have a little debate, how you would see your league. Do you see it as a tool for development, or do you see it as, of course, with all the component of competition? I'm not saying the competition is not important, but competition is important, but the broader picture is our league will now help the players to further develop? Or are we saying, no, I want the crème de la crème, I want the best of the best to play in our league at some point, and our strategy is to go towards that goal at a certain point of time. Not tomorrow, but at a certain point of time. So I think this is something you need to think about. And obviously, this has an impact on the regulations. And I'm just going to name just a few. Home-ground players. You know, if you want to establish your league as a league to develop players, you need to make sure that you are decreasing the number of foreign players, because you want to give playing time for those kids. At the same time, you still want to have foreign players because they are raising the level of the game, so you want also to have a fair balance between the competitiveness and the place you give to the players to develop. So that's very important to think about that. It has an impact. If you believe you will develop players by having only American players in the team, this will never happen. So it has to be a fair balance. Also, the identity is linked to the stability of the roster. Think about that. That's a big issue in my country, for instance. How you identify yourself to the team from your town, from your city, or from your region. Very complicated because players are moving from one season to another. As I said, there are a lot of foreign players, not very well known. So, you know, from one year to year, this changes. Regulations also allow to have a lot of changes during the season. So at the end of the day, very tough for a fan to identify him or herself to the team. You know, I come to watch them today, and tomorrow they look different. Or next season they look different. Again, I invite you to look at the migration report we'll distribute to you. You will see the data, you will see the analysis. You know, and you will see that the movement of players or the stability of the roster is not great. In some cases, it's fine, because like in Spain, not to say the name, you know, they have huge budgets, so they attract big players, and the fact that big player is moving from one club to another, that's fine, because you are able to recognize some players. For some other leagues, it's more a problem, because you don't really know the players, but you just see that they are changing, moving, and this is not really a great image of the team, and you struggle really to identify yourself or to follow the team. So the way you position strategically your league has an impact on the regulations, also on the roster stability, how you want to protect that. And I'm talking about during the season and off the season. I stop here because we could go endless and discuss this for the entire afternoon. I don't want to be the one speaking, I want to hear you. So what I would like to do is to have a little, not debate, I put debate, but we could have a debate if it turns to be a debate with different opinions, strong opinions. But to create this atmosphere of sharing this information, what I would like to do is that we'll all stand up, we'll push the tables on the sides, we'll create a circle with all the chairs, and we'll discuss like this in a more intimate way. Okay? So let's do that. Please stand up. We move the tables on the sides, and we create a huge circle with the chairs. Space for everyone. All right. Okay. So
The question I would like to ask and throw, and just I would like to hear the microphone to pass to whoever wants to take the initiative to speak. I just would like to have your opinion. What do you think is the future of your league, and eventually also the role that your club is going to play in your league based on the vision you have? Is this going to be more high performance orientation? Is this going to be a more development league orientation that needs to be taken? Is this a mix of both? How your club, you play the role in the system you envision? So please, I would like everybody to share opinions. Doesn't need to be in the right order, but everybody please share opinion. I give you, but only if you give me back the 500. Yes?
Later.
Okay. Later.
Okay. When you give me yours, I will give you back. Po du me u lidh këtë temën që u diskutu deri tash, domethënë që u debatu. Basketbollit e na është një sport I cili është, mos themi numër 1, nashta është numër 1, mirë po pema stutës e këna është sporti numër 1 në Kosovë. Këta e kanë arritur, domethënë, me lojnat me basketboll cilësor edhe me ngritjen e nivelit çdo vit. Basketbollit e na duhet mu zhvillu në këtë mënyrë çfarë është tash, për shkak se nëse nuk e kem ligën e fortë, interesimi për basketboll është më I vogël. Kështu që nëse është liga e fortë, zhvillohen ndeshje cilësore dhe ka rivalitet, edhe fëmija edhe gjithë që e din basketbollin e që dojnë më mirë basketboll, kanë me pas dëshirë dhe synim për me u bo Edmondazen apo t'i tjetër. Kështu që basketbollit e na duhet më zhvillu në këtë mënyrë. Mirë po, pos ligës elitare, e cila duhet me qenë në këtë mënyrë, duhet me pas kujtes në ligat cilat janë në niveleve më të ulta, ku aty duhet mu kufizu mosha e lojtarëve me pas kufizim të moshës. Nuk mundën për shembull në ligën e dytë me pas 37 vjeçar që luajnë basketboll hala. Po duhet me konë 1 ose 2 përmi 25 vjeç dhe tjerë krejt me konë në 23-4 vjeçar, në mënyrë që ata me pas mundësinë me zhvillu sa më tepër me pas mundësi me pas minutarë sa më të madhe, në që mu profesionalizu ata dhe me pa vetën a mundën me arrit nivele më të larta. Kështu që ne kemi pas një përvojë të keqe një kohë, një periudhë, kom tash më me gabu në 7 vite, në një periudhë para 2-13 vjeç, 15 është, e kemi formu një ligë profesionale larg prej Federatës, ku gjithë lojtarët, të 12 lojtarët ekipa ka pas drejt me pas të huj, që nuk u ka një kufizume të më dhonë numri, edhe ka pas basketbollista cilësor, është shpenzu shumë, është rrit nivelli basketbollit, I ndeshjeve të basketbollit, jo I basketbollit Kosovës, mirë po nivelli I ndeshjeve të basketbollit është rrit. Kështu që aty nuk kemi përfitu shumë, kemi shpenzu shumë, a nuk kemi përfitu shumë si komunitet I basketbollit. Edhe që kjo është mendimi jam që duhet, domethënë, ligën elitare me pas niveleve të larta, me pas lojtarë cilësor, me pas kvalitet, me pas rivalitet, në mënyrë që interesimi për basketboll edhe gjeneratat e reja me pas sa më shumë interes për me u mirë me këtë sport.
Thank you very much. You wanted to... Thank you.
I will talk in Albanian. Për punën sa I përket zhvillimit punës me tri, unë kisha dashur të më kopte një aspekt ku lojtar pasi e kryen U18 janë shumë lojtarë edhe shumë prej tyre nuk kanë mundësi më kopë në asnjë ekip, ose edhe nuk ju pëlqejnë, janë lojtarë të mirë, nuk dojnë me luajtë në ligë dytë. Si propozim që kisha mujtë shembull me dhomë është me formu një ligë U21, ku që aty I shkon që e ligë tamam për zhvillim të lojtarëve që kanë potencial për me ngri ma shumë.
Qatë mendim ma more se këmë po thonë.
E që aty shembull I shkon limit mosha 17 deri në 21 shembull e madh, ku ishin avansu që ato lojtarë që kanë kry U18 që nuk janë të kry, edhe kishin pas konkurencë më të fortë me vetin, edhe I shkon ma let, nuk ishin met pa ekip, edhe ishin avansu ma let.
Faleminderit. Spore, unë për veti si një egzon, dhe me thonë, që një person një na kampion që që është një Edmond, se fanë si Edmondit e Elvirës, dhe me thonë, se ditë e mojnë e numër që shë moj. Une që kësha po shef, dhe me thonë, piket edhe unë që kësha dosh, dhe me thonë, Federatës mas shumë të që kësha kërku i shkom, mos mi lanë ligat mu forcu, dhe me thonë, për shemull, vesh një klub, me shku me forcu, dhe me thonë, një ekip me shku me bo transfer, me mo për lejtarëve tjerë, dhe me thonë, me kompletu një ekip e mu bo vesh një. Dhe nëse do në rivalitet, le t'lujnë vesh me qyteti me qytet le t'ka rivalitet, që shukon për porën kërën e t'munin, dhe me thonë, e bo një ekip të amën me lejtarë vendor, me lu me dvetit lejtarë, për den jo me dhe me thonë më forcu, se tani mo, po bjen probabilitete dhe kur vjen një 16 vjeçor ose një moshatore jam nuk ka më knaci me lujt, atë më përbo me dikon se kjo ka përqindje të rrugës ose ka një diçka dhe motivuat dikon diçka se kini shme thoni ma shumë një qasi motiv.
Thank you.
Unë është Sovjet në basketbolla dhe kom një përvoj shumë të madhe, pasi që është në ligën e Kosovës dhe të shoh dhe me thonë ku janë problemet, se unë si thash fillim dhe me thonë do të fëmijëvet me kriju kushtet e mira, sepse na e kemi një palestër se vetëm na seniora mundin me shfrytzu, nuk e kemi një palestër dhe me thonë 24/7, dhe me thonë që mundin me shfrytzu gjithë ditën dhe me post për dispozicion. Normal që edhe janë dikon, se kur e lypim për shembull terminat në për shkolla nuk ta jepin terminat, do me thonë se kretë varet prej komunës ata jep, pas ta jep, do me thonë kretë do me thonë varet prej infrastrukturës për me asiguru fëmijëve. Për mua është e para thash infrastruktura, sepse me pas sallën tonë që edhe që normal edhe trenerat që punojnë që janë gjendje me punu me fëmijët në aurorën e caktuar, normal edhe për neve shumë për lejtarë vendorë kishte qenë shumë më lehtë me përparu. E dyta, tash mu lidhë dhe do me thonë se kjo është e mirë, do me thonë që kemi folë më herë licencimit dyfesht, unë vetë lejtarë më konë se kur jam konë i ri, kom lutë edhe për seniorat, kom lutë edhe ligën e dytë edhe kom lutë për juniorat, do me thonë kretë, do me thonë varet edhe prej, unë e thash, disciplinës që kom pas njërë, duhet me pas një jetë sportive. Qka do me thonë jetë sportive, sepse do me thonë me pas ushqimin, do me thonë ushqimin me regullt, gjumin, përkrohen nga familja, për mu kjo ka qenë do me thonë suksesi ma madhë, se dhune ende ko mujtë, do me thonë me lujtë si 4 vjeçor, ko mujtë me vazhdu ende me lujtë, do me thonë se por, kom zgjede do me thonë një rrugë tjetër. E treta, plus mendoj që na si klub, edhe unë që stash gjem klubit, na s'kemi punu me tri. Unë kjo është realitet. Na ma shumë timi jemi fokusu për ekipën e parë, për suksesin e ekipës parë, do me thonë kjo është një farë plani i afati shkurt që kemi folë. Unë edhe më heret kum folë, do me thonë si lejtar, kur isha edhe do me thonë ende aktiv, i thosha thash që duhet ma shumë më angazhu me lejtar të ri, kemi pas një gjeneratë perfekte prej shkollës tonë, po mene që ka ndollë nga kadete juniora dhe kemi pas potencial, por kemi gabuar që kemi marrë lejtarë që nuk kemi pas nevoj me në atë pozitë që jemi na. Për shembull, na në Kosovë mundem me provu plemekera, na mundem me provu kombogaz, mundem me provu dysha tresha, por e kemi problem me gjatësi. Na du me fokusu dhe me thonë ma shumë ti nëse mori përvocime me marrë përvocime në ato pozita që na nevojitet, jo në pozita që e kemi lejtarë. Do me thonë klubet ka gabu shumë këtë aspekt. Edhe qka ka ndodhë tani, ka ndodhë që lejtarët të demoralizu. Thjesht, vjen deri te demoralizimi, mas një vite e ka njën basketbollit. Do me thonë, gjithë jetën e kam përkushtu, do me thonë, kadete juniora, prej osaj, me thonë, mini basket, edhe kur vjen puna si 18-19 vjeçor, ose 20 vjeçor me shprej vetën, vjen puna që e bim lejtarët në pozitën e ti, që, mu me thonë, nuk është shumë maj mirë saj, edhe janë zemë vende. Do me thonë, këtu klube duhet me pas parasysh, do me thonë që me pru ljetor ku i nevojitë, domethënë, pozita ku kemi nevojna. Katërta, besoj, tash nuk e di, janë to shkollat private. Ma shumë të shkollat private të basketbollit janë bërë ma shumë biznese. Pse po thomë se ma shumë duhet me punu në aspektin organizativ me klubet. Pse po thomë se nuk mundet një 18 vjeçar ku vjen të unë në klub, edhe ajde me marrë klub probë, edhe ajde mos me ditë 2 hapshin, ose mos me ditë me pasu, ose unë duhet me mësu, ose treneri i parë tash, që është e na seniorat, me mësu senet themeljore që mësohet në U14 në U16. Domethënë, ai duhet më konë i gatshëm, kur hinë ekipën e parë, seniora ai duhet më konë i gatshëm, nuk ka nevojë na me shpjegu çish me pasu me dorën e tja, çish me pasu me dorën e majt, ose teknikën e shutit. Besoj që këto shkollat private ma shumë i ka bërë, domethënë, biznes, domethënë, për veti, jo me mësu, domethënë, fëmijët sen themelore. Për këtë arsye besoj që klubet, si klub duhet ma shumë më angazhu në këtë aspekt, domethënë, klubet, jo shkollat fillak, domethënë, klubet duhet më angazhu me për shembull, po thonë, nëse kemi trenerin e ekipës parë, do të me pos 2 asistenta. Asistenti kryesor edhe asistenti i dytë. Asistenti i dytë do të më qenë asistenti i dytë do të më qenë treneri kryesor U18. Tash, nëse kemi U16, ai do të më qenë asistenti i U18, ashtu edhe U14 U12. Do me thonë, veç me kalu në fazë për me mujtë me bërë seleksionimin. Për mu, për ma e rëndësishme është seleksionimi letarë. Ka shumë talenta, por nuk i bëhet seleksionimi i mirë. Edhe tani, kur nuk bëhet seleksionimi i mirë, tani vjen për një me deri të një, me thonë, përbuzje ose deri të diskriminimi letarëve. Unë e besoj që këtë aspekt na duhet me ndryshu shumë. Edhe dje kum fol pak në aspektin që shumë ekipet e din edhe ju vetë në për vendet e juve. Na s'kemi trener kondicional. Do me thonë, krejt treneri kondicional dalon me grup moshëve. Do me thonë, duhet me zhvillu letoren në aspektin atletik. Duhet me pas një njeri që, do me thonë, e mbikëshyr fëmijën e për shkolla. Qka vëdhon, do është me pas një ekspert. Për shemë është një djali gjatë, do të me ama, do me thonë, pjesën e trupit, ako dur gjatë, ako momenaj kur është, kur nejtë në kom, ako këtë vertical, jo, ndestaj ma të se. Vertical, yes. Duhet me këshyrë, do me thonë, atë predispozicionet truprore qëfar e ko. Dhe nështë ai nuk është talent, po me thonë, por e ko do me thonë do predispozita se ju keni thonë që dikush ka fillu si 14 vjeçor, dikush si 16 vjeçor do me thonë basketbollin, por e kam ri diçka. Na do me thonë ato nuk e kemi, nuk kemi na njeri scouting që dojnë trenera kemi, cilët trenera kemi. Ma i tregoni një trener që vjene dhe këshyrë do me thonë letorin që ko naj talent tajde. Nune nuk e kum palo, do me thonë Kosovë nuk e kum palo. Për basketën të folë. Jo, une nuk e kum po, do me thonë që ka dikush që ka këshyrë në për lorat, që shkon në për turen me këshyrë në letor që është në farë talenti ose diçka. Nuk e kum po. Ndoshta që tash Federata që ka bo këtë është qendra nacionale, po më duket qendra nacionale është një hap i mirë. Do me thonë, kjo është hap i mirë që me mbledh talenta, jep informatat, ndoshta ata veç shfaqen edhe shfaqen anti-interesimin që për dime po do mu bo diçka. E kemi do me thonë, besoj që duhet më angazhu ma shumë trenera. Unë e trash, trener kondicional, na nuk e kemi. Prej grup moshëve të reja deri të seniorë. Ajo është shumë e rëndësi. Dalon do me thonë programi i grup moshëve të reja. S'ko kodra. S'po angazhojnë. S'ko kodra, s'ko klubi, po menoj, por nuk e kemi do me thonë, dalon. Po, hiq kurgjë, hiq. Hiq kurgjë. Jo, trener kondicion e kemi. Është shumë me rëndësi çdo, çdo akademi me pas trener kondicion pse dallon plan programi I zhvillimit të fëmijëve. Ka 2-3 S'ko, po, ajde të regom, dikush që ka Jo, unë veç shtu për të regom. S'ko në për kërën, falj, unë mos më kesh kupto, unë thash s'ko në për fillu. Okej. So, no, this is debate, huh? This is debate.
Because it's a debate, going back to... Yeah, but it's part of the debate. We're discussing the issues that we have. Yeah, internally. And in terms of the talent pool, whether it's in players, but also in terms of coaching.
Kur luajnë për shembull që dallon. Për shembull kur luajnë na FIBA Eurocup, na kemi luajtur FIBA Eurocup, kemi luajtur Champions League. Okej, përfaqësues e Kosovës, ku është dallimi? Kur e shef veç përgatitja fizike aty në letorëve në frismë me marrë domethënë tani veç po shije dhe fillon një farë dallimin ndaj përfaqësuesve në tyne dhe përfaqësuesve tonë. Domethënë janë do sene që na në çat aspekt duhet me punu. Nuk është veç ajde trajner ata dhe kështu. S'ki, kur si je fizikisht I përgatitur ti s'mundesh me luaj basketbol, je basketbolli. Fizikisht nuk je përgatitur, nuk mundesh me luaj basketbol.
Ata duhet federata tash për licencim me I fut kondicionale, trenerin kondicional në listë, edhe me pas nutricionistin.
Përgatitjes fizike si
Sorry, just to Sorry, just a couple of rules, just to make sure that everybody has a chance to speak, and also just to make sure that you're using the microphone, otherwise we don't get a translation. And also for cameras and all that, not so good. So, you wanted to say something?
Unë e përfaqësoj njërën ndër klubet në Superligën e femrave nga Prizreni Bashkimi. Aty jam që 2 vite. Angazhimi jam basketbol ka qenë përmes vajzës sime. Do të thotë sot është moshën 13 vjeçare, bile është tash gjinë në Bullgari. Edhe këto 3 vitet më tregu drejtën në Kosovë, sa I përket sportit femror ose basketbollit femror, unë kam parë një zhvillim shumë të mirë. Do thotë ka ndodhur liga parë, e cila funksionon që 2 vite. Kemi pas problem për shkak të vajzave që kanë ushtruar, të trenerat që janë këtu prezant, deri në moshën 15-16 vjeçare, dhe ato janë detyruar me prit derisa I vjen momenti me luajtur Superligë. Ju ka mundsuar ligën e parë, aty kemi vajzat që luajnë prej moshës 15 vjeçare deri në moshën 25, është e pak kufizuar. Kjo ka qenë njëra ndër pikat kryesore që Federata e ka bërë, këto 2-3 vite. Është tani edhe liga unike, e cila si vjet kemi startu në bashkëpunim me Shqipërinë. Edhe aty është ngrit niveli I femrave. Kështu që unë shpresoj që Federata edhe ato projekte të cilat Elvira I ceti më herët, që kanë ndodhur, do thotë unë jam që afër 5 vite Elvira e din, edhe marr zakonisht pjesë I prind, marr pjesë çdo në aktivitetet që bojnë U14, U16 dhe të vajzave. Edhe besoj që do të vazhdohet kështu, do të në këtë rast unë po foli vetëm për basketbollin femor. Unë si prind që kam vajzën aty, po edhe si për momentin që 2 vjet që jam I kyçe në kryesinë e klubit basketbollistik KBF Bashkimi, sa I përket zhvillimit sportit femror profesional, për ato që janë kategori tjera, unë jam I kënaqur deri këtu. Po besoj që në të ardhmen Federata nuk do të ndalet vetëm me këto veprimtari, po do të gjojnë edhe mënyra tjera. Më pëlqej ai çuni që tha 21 të marshit, ndoshta është patjetër e nevojshme për momentin, për me boni ligë në gjashtë këtu, se është të marshit është basketbolli pak më civilizuar se te femrat. Po për neve kjo që ka ndodhur me ligën e parë që 2 vite, ne kemi trenerin Ramush që ka punuar zakonisht në qytetin tim me femra, ka qenë njëri ndër vetëm që ka punuar. E ka pas shumë probleme ato vajza
mi plasu diku tjetër që me vazhdu karrierën. Do të kanë ushtru deri 16 vjet, edhe aty janë dalë, edhe e kanë pas probleme me deportuesin. Kurse sot është diçka këtë tjetër. Edhe besoj që në të ardhmen do të kemi prapë edhe Elvira që e ceki për krajin e FIBA-s ose institucioneve tjera ministrisë dhe sa i përket masivizimit basketbollit femëror në Kosovë. Ju falenderoj shumë.
If it's okay, I'm gonna speak in Albanian, if that's alright. Edhe se me folë qep, po se pyetja u shtru për mdohet ma shumë edhe për ku e shohim ligën e Kosovës. Edhe me eksperiencën tem këtë vit në kaluar, është një prej pyetjeve kryesore, që është me gjetë atë balancin prej produktit, po edhe prej zhvillimit lojtarëve të ri, se e kemi edhe në klub qatë problemin kryesor. Qysh me jap minutazh të rive, edhe po qysh me knaq, qysh me kon kompetitiv me ekipe tjera. Se ti e din që me bo me lujt veç me të rit, ki me hub. Mandej ki edhe pritshmëritë të tifozëve, e të sponsorëve, kështu që është pyetje e cila unë nuk ja di përgjigjen stash, po është pyetje shumë e mirë që duhet me diskutu. Po çka po shoh e çka po menoj edhe çka po mdoket që duhet me bo, është që në një është komunikimi i ekipeve me federatën dhe bashkëpunimi kryesor me federatën. Që mos me ne i lon klubet, adin ashtu në kryt në veti, me shku kneje, me shku anejse, adin del pidurve dhe adin boci një, adin t'i shtyhër, se ti del me fitu edhe ma ne qajat shtem me shpenzu e qështu. Kështu që përbesoj që për vit në arshëm, janë do sene që, edhe një sen tjetër që ka ndohë për shemull që të vetë, është që për shemull ekipi si Drita, e cila shumë mirë, adin që ka pas shansën me hi në Super League, po i shkon mirë për kvalitetin e ligës, vit në arshëm me i gjithë do mënyra që është me mbrojt, që mës me pasa si loj jo kompetitive. Kështu që po tash prap po foli që është me gjithë një balans ku ekipet nuk diskriminohen edhe manej adin, që se duhet dhe sakrifica, pra me këshyrë duhet mi bo, po veç që është me arrit që ashtu me një vend ku na miremi vesh edhe komunikojmë shumë ma shumë edhe në një veti, po edhe me federatën që me mbrojt kvalitetin e ligës, po edhe në anën tjetër me arrit çdo qëllimet që me zhvillu talentin vendor. Po një prej sugjerimeve dhe kisha pas qef me i pyet të FIBA-s për shembull është këto kriteret e G League, cilat janë, se nështë kështë qenë s'pëdi, po m'doket si një ide që mund të më diskutu, më këshyrë që se edhe ekziston në shtatë një ligë tjetër që është zhvillimore, adin ku luajnë vetëm vendor, me këshyrë që se do mas që asaj moshës prej 18 vjetë, që se ti nuk gjenë vend në ekipë parë, nështë mundet mu rishiku që ajo që me pas një ligë zhvillimore e kënej, me pas këtë ligën tonë, Super Ligën, ku që se adin i marim do të huj, për kemi edhe këta lojtarë tjerë cilësorë vendorë. Kështu që adin nuk i di përgjigje, nuk po jap në sugjerim që duhet jak shtu e ashtu, po ndoket që duhet me adin qëto mi bo. Po në fundet komunikime federat esencial.
I just want to say there are a lot of models in Europe about how they work. I just wanted to say that there are a lot of good models in Europe. Some are, for example, in Germany a few years ago, they had exactly the same issue. They decided to create every club, BBL club had the obligation to create an under-19 team for the German players to play. Okay, they adjusted a little bit the regulation also to have one more spot in the BBL, but that's different. As a result, they really pulled, you see that talent and their results also at national team level because they wanted to slow down the players that are leaving the country. There are others that have similar models. The age group varies, could be under 20, under 21, even under 23. And what I wanted to say just before I pass the microphone, this was my question, who is responsible for talent ID? Because I think your answer is mainly, well, as you said, we are scouting the 18-year-old that is leaving coming to your club. But my question is the talent ID at the under 13, under 14 age group, who is finding the talents and developing. As example, the Luka Doncic Slovenians are amazing how they work with their talents. For example, even though they don't have a great league, so there are many, obviously you have also Serbia, you have many even in this region that are examples. And the second, for me, it's just a question for you at the end of this debate. Are you happy to invest as clubs into having under 19 or a kind of a farm team for the young players for the federation to then perhaps also match this and create this league? So this is the question. It's a great debate, and this also is about developing the coach who sits on the men's team bench, who is then responsible for this team and works in cooperation with the head coach. These are all the good practices we can support with clinics, with specialists coming here, sharing with you how to build it. Somebody who's already done it before is possible, but you have to agree among yourselves, yes, we'll invest in this. This is what I wanted to say.
Po, bimi është shumë e rëndësishme komunikimi dhe bashkëpunimi me federatën. Një prej arsyeve pse kemi formuar Qendrën Nacionale të Basketbollit, pra ku i mbledh djemt më të mirë të Kosovës, 14 deri 16 vjeç, po edhe numri tyre është 16 vjeç, është që me u mundu që ata mu kthyen në klubet tyre dhe me pas ndikimin te klubet. Po Qendra Nacionale nuk mjafton vetëm me kaq. Qendra Nacionale ka ndërqendrë nacionale do të më u hapë edhe akademitë. Pra do të thotë që këta fëmijë kanë me shku dhe në këto akademi, edhe në secilin qytet Federata ka me pas përgjec për zhvillimin e gjeneratave të reja, sepse nuk mjafton vetëm mi mbledh 16 më të mirë edhe me thonë na e kemi kry punën tonë. Kjo nuk mjafton, se ato përbojmë për neve për juve, për prapë është veç një basketbollist për një qyteti, ose për një klubit. Kështu që përveç Qendrës Nacionale kanë ardhur koha, po më këtë vit apo vitin tjetër ku kanë me filluar më hap akademitë e basketbollit në secilin qytet. Normalisht bashkëpunim me klube. Këto do të bëjmë me klube edhe me komuna, sepse edhe komuna do të më qenë edhe participuese këtu, po edhe përfituese, që kanë marrë diçka prapa. Në anën tjetër, është edhe një problem tjetër që e ngriti edhe do terminet nëpër shkolla. Në kuvendin e fundit që kemi pas të punës, një prej klubeve më të mëdha në Kosovë basketbollit që është në Super League e shtjelloi si problem që po kanë problem me marrë çat qytetin e caktuar, nuk e përmend emrin, terminet sepse janë shkollat e basketbollit biznes që janë, ju kanë marrë krejt terminet. Edhe në anën tjetër komuna ju ka jep aty në shkolla. Tash Federata e Basketbollit çka ka me bëu është që secilin komunë ka me përgatitur listën e klubeve të cilat janë në kuadër të Federatës Basketbollit Kosovës, dhe për Federatën e Basketbollit këto klube janë prioritet për me jep termine pas përfundimit të shkollës, në mënora 4 përfundon shkolla dhe kjo ka me qenë propozimi i Federatës, mandej komuna mund të me marrë vendim, po besoj me propozimin e Federatës komuna ka me miratu kërkesën e Federatës, edhe tani çka ju mbetet klubeve është që me i caktu trenerat. Po çashtu që thash bimi po lidhet krejt kjo, klubet me bëni pjesë punës tëne, na me bëni pjesë punës tona, por non stop na me komuniku. Po besoj që pa investu edhe në trenera është e pashmangshme kjo, kështu që do të me investu, nuk është që nuk kemi kuadro, do të me ofër klubit, me i motivu, me stipendione, me bursa, me çka do që ka, po edhe aty Federata ka shpreh gatishmëri, edhe ka me pas ndikim edhe në komunë Prishtinës për me jep stipendione trajnerëve, bursa apo çfarë do tjetër për me punu për klubin e caktuar, nëse klubi nuk mund me mbulu krejt këto. Kështu që prapë kthehemi që ato që kemi me bëu bashkërisht krejt këto punë, edhe që kjo është ajo që kena me ardhur deri te ajo që në të njëjtën kohë ju keni me investuar në klube, sepse ato keni me bëu sponsor dojnë suksese, na krejt i di, tikos dojnë krejt suksese. Kështu që të njëjtën kohë ju keni me punu për me arrit majën, normalisht për me fitu titull ose kupën e ligës unike, po të njëjtën kohë keni me punu edhe me kur puna për funit, lojtarët kanë me ardhur brenda nat. Kështu që kjo do të më konë njëjtën kohë mu po. Prishtina ka staf mjaftueshëm për me bo, ka kuadrat mjaftueshme, do të mi ofru ofër vetit, Federata mi shty ka klubet, po e marrë Prishtina, po është një njëjti sen edhe në për qytetet tjera. Kështu që këto po besoj që kemi me bo bashkarisht, kemi vullnet, na si Federata e Basketbollit, edhe klubet, shumë mirë që është që ky seminar ka shpreh vullnet, në secilin klube kemi ka një mandazemi që dënë me punu me gjenerata të reja dhe ka me shtyqit projekt, kështu që na kena shumë dëshirë dhe vullnet me shku në qëtë punë krejt bashkarisht.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? No, I think, look, I just would like to thank you very, very much for all the exchanges. Obviously, we could go on and on. We have so many things to discuss, and it cannot just happen overnight that you come up with the perfect solution and the perfect next step. So, but the thing I wanted to just highlight, I don't know if you noticed, but over the course of yesterday and today, we have had separated tables here to be able to split you a little bit around the room. And we were trying to have interactive presentations, trying to ask you some questions and to make you participate. But we never ever participated as we just participated here as a circle. And the reason for this is that instead of being isolated in your little corner, suddenly we come as a group, as a united circle. We are able to face each other and to discuss. And you see the level of discussion suddenly was amazing, because you are discussing, you feel more comfortable, and you, let's say, start this discussion. What I think is super important is that this type of discussions continues, so you come up with something that is very important. If I come to the next slide above me, is to have, you know, a long-term strategy. We are not going to have a long-term strategy today with that. The Federation has the strategy, as it was highlighted by Elvira, but as a league and with all your clubs, have a long-term strategy. That's very important. And whatever you decide, just be consistent. You know, don't do things halfway. If you want to go, if you take one road, just go until the end of the road. Don't stop halfway and do half of the measures that would have a very little impact. I think that's just an advice that we can give. And then finally, expect the unexpected, because the talent is, you know, right up on the corner. You know, you are the eve of discovering the next Luka Doncic. You don't know, but just expect that this is going to happen and just be prepared for it, and your strategy should help you in that. That's all I wanted to do for today. You know, we are not going to save the world and make a revolution for basketball from one day to another, but I think initiating this type of discussions is positive, makes you be around the same table and start to tackling some of the topics that I just can only wish and encourage you to continue after the workshop, once we are done with the only one presentation left for tomorrow, strategic planning. Okay? So thank you very, very much for everything. And so we are done for today. We have games tonight. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. and don't miss a piece of it, because we brought from far some guy from Northern Highlands, a guy that is bringing so much energy into the room. So Jeff is going to speak tomorrow about this job, and it's only in the morning, and then we're done. So thank you. Have a great game.